Hello and welcome to Karting in Mariembourg in southern Belgium. This 1,388 metre circuit provides the backdrop for the second round of the 2024 RACB Belgian Max Challenge, round 3 of the Chrono Karting Championship, and along with that the second and final round of the 2024 Benefit League. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, here to take you through all the racing action as we are set and ready to go racing over the course of the remainder of Sunday, April the 28th, 2024. We have a total of 20 races comprising of 8 heats, 5 pre-finals, 1 second chance and 6 finals. Thereby, we will then have the opportunity to find out who our event winners will be here in the Namur region, just not too far away from the French border. It is a circuit that is one of the premier tracks here in Belgium, alongside Karting, the home of champions, and is a staple for multiple domestic and international competitions. Well, as you can see by the pictures on your screens, if you are watching via the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us. If you do want to get involved with the chat, please feel free to subscribe to the channel, and thereby, after a certain amount of minutes, you'll be able to get in touch, and we'll keep an eye on your comments throughout the day. There is the very, very busy timetable. We're going to kickstart things off with 24 drivers that will be coming up very, very shortly. Then we'll have the first of 3 senior heats. We'll be running to KZ2 Masters, which will be just before the lunch break. So we will have a lot of racing action here today to keep you entertained right the way through until about 10 to 6 local time here in Central Europe, obviously barring any stoppages or any delays thereof. So, for those at home, thank you so much for joining us for what is going to be an exciting and very, very full throttle packed day here in Mariembourg. I have to also say a big thank you to Thierry Lupin and his crew here at Karting for allowing us to host our second meeting of the championship season for the Belgian Max Challenge. For those wondering where can you find the Belgian Max Challenge information, well, it is in the link in the description, so Facebook, Instagram, and also the official website. Current air temperature 11 degrees Celsius, a very, very high wind, 30 kilometers an hour, more precisely 15 miles an hour, and it's heading north. 71% humidity, and we have a significant amount of cloud cover, a lot of it light and white, a little bit grey here or there. But grandstands and also just above the cafeteria, people are huddling. They've got their warm coats on, scarves, woolly hats, you name it. We have had a variation on different weather conditions over the course of the past 48 hours, where there has been some rain. We've also had a little bit of a rain shower this morning during the Mini-Max and Mini-Rookie qualifying session, but the grids have been set. We've got 24 of the 158 drivers set to take part. So Mini has 20, Mini Rookie 4, Junior Rotax have 28 competitors. Senior Rotax, well, we did have 48 until we had a non-starter. 47 in total. DD2 12, DD2 Masters 9, KZ2 21, and KZ2 Masters 16. So for the seniors, they will be taking part in 2 of 3 heats today. And the top 36 will go through to the final later on. The top 30 will go through the ranking after heats. But we will very shortly be getting underway with the first of 20 races here at KZ2 Final in Mariembourg. So let's take you through the first of 20 different starting grids over the course of today. It's Mini and Mini Rookie up first, and it's the heat. Let's take you through the starting order. After qualifying this morning, Vic van Kampenhout starts on pole position. Will be joined by the 199 of DD2 on the front row. Vince van der Halle and Lucas Tordeur will be on row 2, ahead of Gage Moyes and Devin Mieta, with AJ Berggraaf and the leading Mini Max rookie driver in qualifying, the number 12 of Noah Stehalder. Jeff Verbeek will be joined by the number 9 of Tristan Beals on the next row. That is row number 10. That's row number 5, completing the top 10. Jente Munnen and Lian Hauger ran at row 6. Row 7, Victor Reutz and Matthias Verreken. Row 8, Zen Lindemann and Dayan Habits, with row 9 completed by Lian Herbos and Jack Depre. Completing the top 20 is James van der Poel and Ryan Rampadaras. So completing the 24 strong grid will be Jara Kivitsbosch, Jesse Munnen, Nikita Lubimov, the sole Estonian representative, and Matthias Klever rounding out the 24 strong grid. We have had a spinner coming out of turn number 3 as the drivers go on to their official formation lap ahead of their heat, which will be 7 minutes plus 1 additional lap of racing around this 1,388-metre circuit. So it will be down to Vic van Kampenhout and DD2 to control the pace. Sorry, it's 10-minute heat. For the seniors, it's 7 minutes for their respective heats. So we have got a very, very compacted timetable over just one single solitary day of racing. Let's catch up with a lot of familiar faces and people in the paddock yesterday. And Damien Allo saying, thanks for the live coverage. No, you're more than welcome. We aim to please at the end of the day. So the drivers start making their way through the very technical part of the circuit here at Mariembourg. You see the Mojo, the Rotax, and the XPS banners in the background being literally ferried around in the breeze as the drivers are making their way through into the final right-hander. Some drivers moving from side to side, including Nikita Lubimov. Matthias Klever in the 113 starting to bring up the rear of the field. But we are under starters' orders for the first time for our first of 20 races here. It's the Minimax Mini Rookie Heat. 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Out of the chicane they go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are on. And the lights are out. It looks to be the case, or have we got a full? We are underway, it looks like. Yep, the timer is counting down at the moment as the field makes its way through into turn number 2 for the first time. Into turn 3, DD2 has ended up down in second position as Vince van der Hullen has got through for P2, but Vic van Kampenhout through into the 90 left at turn 4 has got an early lead as they go through into turn 5 and look side by side at some points. As there is a battle for 4th place. That's between Devin Mieta and Lucas Tordeur. As they now make their way into the technical part of the circuit. And then now it's starting about applying the power. Coming through the penultimate right-hander. But after the opening lap so far, Vic van Kampenhout leads the way ahead of Vince van der Hullen. DD2 is battling away with Lucas Tordeur for P3 as they come. Well, no, it's Gage Moyes. Gage Moyes up from 5th and has got past Lucas Tordeur and is now going on the offensive. Round the outside goes Gage Moyes on DD2 through turn 2. Has to slot back in behind and wait for another opportunity. 8 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap still to go. And Van Kampenhout and Van der Hullen are leading the way. Dal is the cork in the bottom at the moment. bottle at the minute as KZ Moyes has Lucas Dorder just behind into Chemin de Fer. Up the inside goes KZ Moyes on DD2 and does Storder get through? Not quite, but he's hanging around the outside. That's going to bring Devrim Yater into this, along with Yenthimunen. Yater ends up going off the circuit. And Yenthimunen makes every single bit of that opportunity work in the favour of the 1-1-0. Brilliant stuff there from Yenthimunen, just taking full advantage of the situation. But after the second lap, new fastest lap of the race, Vince van der Hallen, as there goes Yenthimunen up the inside of DD2 through at turn number 1. And there is Lucas Dorder, now going to get through on Didale, the 199, but there's a little bit of a touch between the pair. And Storder gets through at turn number 3, but hard and fast racing in this opening 3 laps. Van der Hallen was 3/10 behind Vic van Kampenhout in the battle for the race lead. Biggest gainers so far, no surprise here. Estonia's Nikita Lubimov now is up another place I've just seen. I think what I just got through on Devrim Yater. So Lubimov started all the way back down in 23rd position. Well, no surprise why he's one of the most promising young talents from Estonia. He's already made good his intentions. But the battles are fast and furious in this first race of the day. It's not going to be an easy one. Well, DD2 has just lost out to Nikita Lubimov. That's 6th place for the Estonian. Runs over in continental Europe with the Bouvin Power. Got to know Nikita and his dad Alex over the past couple of years. Great, wonderful people. Very, very kind and always smiling. But when the red mist and the visor comes down, let's just say that the inner spirit shines brightest with that young driver. As there goes the 116 and Lindemann. Great to see this man back on a track for me to commentate on. A great young driver, also a little bit of a character. Great to see him and his dad Nick back in the paddock. We are 40% of the way through the race with the timer counting down, so coming up to 6 minutes. Plus an additional lap. One side pod on one card has been given a little bit more tyre rather than it probably wanted. Now there's going to be a change. Lubimov past Lucas Dorder. That's for P5. So the Estonian now up 18 places and still has a chance to close on in on the drivers in front. But the gap between Vic van Kampenhout and Vince van der Hallen stems at about just under half a second at this moment. KZ Moyes, Yenthimunen, Nikita Lubimov, Lucas Dorder, DD2 Zen Lindemann, Jeff Verbeek and Devrim Yater ran out the top 10. Leading mini rookie driver Noah Stayholder currently down in 15th place. As Lindemann is trying to hustle the 116 Power Kart Racing Birol Art chassis. Past DD2 might get the opportunity next time round, as KZ Moyes is having to defend against Yenthimunen for that 3rd place. Over the slight incline, over the crest, there are Moyes and KZ Moyes and Yenthimunen. Nikita Lubimov already starting to drop Lucas Dorder a little bit to the tune of about 0.3 of a second. Yenthimunen now finds at this point through turn 3, that was the opportunity to get through on the 134 of KZ Moyes. And Moyes is not going to let that go. Through into turn number 5 at breakneck speed into Chemin de Fer here at turn number 6. Got to be really, really careful on the brakes heading into that corner. And the next part of it, you know, going through into turn 7 through the chicane, you're really having to be on tenterhooks at that point. But Van der Hallen is closing in on the race leader. As Van Kampenhout now is in danger. 6/100ths of a second after 6 frantic full throttle laps of this circuit here at Mariembourg. Van Kampenhout was holding on by 6/100ths. That is next to nothing. Van der Hallen now has the opportunity to really look at where he can strategize his offensive, and he's going to leave it as late as possible. I can guarantee you that much. Battles up and down the order, so Goldschmidt and Yenthimunen. Nikita Lyubimov is now threatening to be in the top 3, possibly by the checkered flag. And Moonen is, yes, I've just seen it. Nikita Lyubimov is up to 4th, has got past Goldschmidt, and Lucas Torder is not that far behind either. But now the gap is starting to expand a little bit here between Vic van Kampenhout and Vince van der Harlen. Van der Harlen was over 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than Van Kampenhout. He's lost that differential in comparison. And now Yenthimunen is about 8 tenths of a second ahead of Nikita Lyubimov. DD2 DD2 rounds out the top 10. We're into the final 2 3/4 minutes. And look at the freight train coming through turn 1 there. My goodness, that's outside of the top 10, I believe, as they're now making their way through. There is a CRG at the front of it. So who's stuck in the middle? 127. Liam Hauger. So I would probably say Leon Herbos is there. James van der Poel is there. But again, look how quickly the pendulum has swung in the favour of Vince van der Harlen. But Van Kampenhout is staying to his guns, holding station, defending as he should do. But now with 2 minutes to go, Van der Harlen up the inside, through at turn 1 on Van Kampenhout, who had led every one of the 8 laps up until he lost out on lap 9 at turn 1. Vic sporting a new livery, thanks to a new partner that's come on board, which is really, really good to see. So, minute and 36 seconds plus an additional lap to go in this opening race out of 20. And the drivers really putting on a bit of a show here. In Minimax and Minimax Rookie, we'll have our first of 3 senior Rotax heats up shortly at B versus C. Van der Harlen leading the way, but Van Kampenhout decides, well, you know what, you chased me for quite a bit. Now it's my turn to return the favour. And over the stripe they go, completing lap number 9. Van Kampenhout, how far behind Van der Harlen was he? 6/100ths of a second, exactly what we saw earlier on at one point, around about lap 5. But now there's the opportunity that Vic van Kampenhout needed up the inside through turn number 5 to retake the race lead off of Vince van der Harlen as they go storming their way through the noisy left at turn 4. This is going to come down to the final lap. I can very much assure you of that, ladies and gentlemen. Through Chemin de Fer, into the chicane, neatly done, well negotiated by those drivers. Nikita Lyubimov now is with Yenthimunen in the battle for P3. Goldschmidt in 5th. Lucas Torder rounds out the top 6. So this is going to be down to the wire between the top 2 as to whether we get 1 and 1 more, or will we get the final lap board. It's going to be close and literally on the buzzer. On the buzzer. So 2 laps to go, and Vic van Kampenhout leading Vince van der Harlen by just over a tenth after 10 laps. Lyubimov through on Moonen. Moyes versus Torder. That's still going on like a freight train at the minute. Victor Reitz in 7th. Then Lindemann, Jeff Verbeek and AJ Berggraf round out the top 10. Berggraf making the move to SP Motorsport, I think, a little bit earlier on between some of the races. Was confirmed as one of their drivers. The team run by Stan Pex, who's currently competing in the Deutsche Cup Meisterschaft this year, which had its opening round just last week at Mulsen. But next time around, we'll have the last lap board for the first time today here at Karting de Fang International Raceway at Mariembourg. And it's going to be Van Kampenhout, Van der Harlen, Lyubimov, Moonen. That is your top 4 as we head on to the last lap. So, the big question is, when, not if, Van der Harlen gets through on Van Kampenhout. Well, they've got coming up to half a lap to go. And Van Kampenhout is holding on. Van der Hollen into chemin de fer. Look to try and get the crossover. 1-3-0, not able to have that opportunity afforded to him because, simply put, Vic Van Kampenhout was on his markers. Right, it's going to be a run to the line here for the Mini-Max and Mini-Max Rookie Heat. Van der Hollen jumping up and down in the seats, but it's going to be a run to the line. Van der Hollen willing the cart to go forward, but it's going to be Vic Van Kampenhout that holds on by a whisker. 75 thousandths of a second separating your winner and second place. Oh, that's just for starters, folks. That's just for starters. So Vic Van Kampenhout, after 12 laps of racing, wins by 75 thousandths of a second ahead of Vince van der Hollen, and with Nikita Lyubimov, no surprise, the youngster from Estonia, moving up 20 places to finish P3. Jent Timonen and Gage Moyes complete the top 5, with Victor Reitz and Lindemann, who made up 8 places from 15th to finish 7th. Jeff Verbeek 8th, with AJ Bergeraff, Lucas Dodder running at the top 10, Didier de Dalit, Matthias Verreken, Devon Mieta, James van der Poel, Liam Herboz, Liam Hauger, Ryan Rampadaras, who wins in Mini Rookie in 17th ahead of Noah Stehauder, and with Jesse Moonen running at the top 3 in that class, with Dejan Havits completing the top 20 in the 1-3-1. Rounding out the finishers, all 24 drivers made it to the checkered safe and sound. Tristan Abils, Jara Kivitz-Bosch, Matthias Clever and Jack Lepre rounding out the finishing order. So that concludes Mini and Mini Rookie for the Heat. We'll see them a little bit later on for their pre-final at 1:35 p.m. Coming up next, Senior Rotax Heat 1, Groups B versus C. Time for the first senior Rotax heats of the weekend. It's Heat 1, Groups B versus C. Here's your starting grid. KZ2 will start from pole position, alongside will be Devian Rost in the 345. Row 2, Benjamin Van Hees and Felipe Falk. Row 3 is Ruben Verheyen and Dylan Hummel, with Scott Westhovens and Vic Stevens on row 4. Row 5, completing the top 10, Jori Schoens and Olivier Jonkers. Robbie Stolder and Mika van der Pavert on row 6, with Kaz Toven and Julian Kloosman running out row 7. Fast Freddie Ingram, the only Brit in the paddock this weekend, starts on the inside of row 8. He'll be joined by Ralf van der Pavert. Sebastian Koch joined by Hungary's Armand Hamilton on row 9, with Tommy van der Stroys and Luca Prima completing the top 20. Puck Govels and Kaz Boshouse on row 11, ahead of Max Costa and Kevin Navis. Sven Slagmoller and Dominic Shapers running out the top 13 rows. Completing the 32-strong grid will be Colombia's Martin Herrera, Belgium's Sverre Ubben, from the Netherlands, Giorgio Markenstein and Magnus Richt, with Lex Quintens starting 31st. I think Nathan Marichal might be a non-starter, but that is your grid for Heat 1 B versus C for senior Rotax. So, prepare yourself for the roller coaster ride, I always tend to do, because it's going to be 3 7-minute heats plus an additional lap for senior Rotax. The format for this race day is as follows. After the 3 heats, of which each of the 47 drivers will be competing in, they'll take part in 2. Based on their scores, that will then give us the top 30 for the final. After that, then the top 6 out of the remaining 17 drivers will fight it out in the second chance to get themselves into the top 36 final, which takes place at 5:35. For those wondering about the timetable for today's racing, you can see it in the description, along with the live timing and also the results. Okay, field starting to get into the formation. Are we going to have the lights out? It is a full start. Quite a few stragglers, so another tour of the circuit is in order. So if you are watching on the live stream, please feel free to show your support for who you are cheering on. If you are not able to join us here at the circuit at Mariembourg, of course, you do need to subscribe to the channel and wait for the 10 minutes to elapse before you can send in your comments. So it's time to calm the nerves a little bit. Time to get yourselves ready once again, seniors. Of course, there's always that one race that not necessarily sets off a precedent, but what it does is that it means that everyone's on tenterhooks. Everyone's under pressure. Everyone wants to go for the win. And, well, there we go. Astrid, good to hear from you. I know who you're cheering on. He's not racing yet. He'll be out in Heat 2. But let's see if we can get things underway. Second time of asking. Red lights are on the gantry. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. Second time of asking. And into turn 1 they go. Devian Ross was looking around the outside of KZ2 into turn 1, but the 3-1-2. Oh, multi-cart incident through turn 2. There are at least 6. Oh, dearie me. A big incident. 309 involved, 338 involved. Mike Maastricht and Nathan Marichal. Oh dear. 2 possible early casualties. And, well, there has been a change. Felipe Falk for the TB Kart Netherlands squad now has gotten through on Devian Ross for second position. Devian Ross running with the Kart Store Racing team based out of the Netherlands, actually not too far north of Rotterdam. Had an opportunity, thank you to Patrick Dirks, to visit the facility back last month. As, well, 2 places lost on the fly by Felipe Falk, courtesy of Devian Ross, and also Vic Stevens, who's looking up the inside of the 345. Falk tries to look for the crossover. as he's got the inside of Benjamin Van Hees up the inside, and now they're starting to really get their elbows out, and they are sharpened like razor blades right now. Freddie Ingram has also made up a few places. He's up to 8th place from 15th on the grid. So 5.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. And now Krit Knoren has a lead. And it's more than half a second by the way things look at the moment. So across the line to complete lap 2. Krit Knoren leads the way. Second is Vic Stevens. Gap is just over 0.3 of a second. And new fastest lap by Vic Stevens. Freddie Ingram now 5th and is chasing down Benjamin Van Hees. Well, and now Felipe Falk has become the proverbial cork in the bottle because he's got Scott Westhoven's right behind him. Oh, bit of a bump. Sven Slagmauler coming out of turn number 3. The back axle was up in the air after the right rear tyre ended up going into the slight divot before the exit curbing. There's Tommy van der Stroys. Sebastian Koch not too far behind either. So is Armand Hamilton. Kaz Boshouse has made up places. Martin Herrera, the driver with the most positions gained at the moment, the Colombian, hailing from the same nation as Tatiana Calderon and Juan Pablo Montoya. Dive bomb up the inside through turn 2 by Devian Rost on Krit Knoren. Vic Stevens now has the race lead. As we have, yellow flags. That is an SR Solutions kart. That is Joris Schoens. Joris Schoens in the 365 is out of the race at turn number 3. Nathan Marichal is out of the race himself. There's Freddie Ingram. Oh, right, now this is going to give an opportunity to the 396 from KR Sport. It's got Benjamin Van Hees and looks to be Krit Knoren just up ahead because Devian Ross is now closing in on Vic Stevens for the race lead. Half time now hit. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this first of 3 heats for seniors. Leading the way, it's Vic Stevens. Devian Rost rounds out the top 2. Benjamin Van Hees, and there goes Freddie Ingram up the inside of Krit Knoren. That's 4th place for the 396. Great job there by Fast Freddie. Got the job done very, very quickly indeed and made sure it counted. Just behind, Ruben Verheyen is also rounding out the top 6. Tommy van der Stroys has made up 12 places so far. He's now P7. There he is in the Kraft Motorsport colours. Father Martin is also in attendance. Top 10 rounded out by Hungary's Armand Hamilton. Sebastian Koch rounds out the top 9. So 2.5 minutes to go. These laps have been literally flying by at the moment with 2 minutes and 25 seconds still to go. Now, Devian Rost, how close is he? Just over 10.5. There's a change, and that's for 3rd. Freddie Ingram through on Benjamin Van Hees at turn 1. Sent it like you meant it there, Fast Freddie. Well done. Well done, fella. So this now will bring in we've got Marshall Post 12 showing a yellow flag, so someone's gone off there towards the far part of the circuit as there's battling going into Chemin de Fer behind Freddie Ingram. So Benjamin Van Hees has got Krit Knoren and Ruben Verheyen just behind. So Verheyen was bouncing all over the curbs coming out of Chemin de Fer. So we will have 3 laps to go. Vic Stevens has moved up from 8th place and is currently leading, but for how much longer? Well, and we've got a yellow coming onto the start-finish straight. Dylan Hummel, I think that might be. That might be the case. So Joris Schoens out, Nathan Marichal out. And Dylan Hummel, the next of the casualties. So that brings us down to 29 runners and riders. Vic Stevens has a lead of just over 0.3 of a second in front of Devian Rost. There's opportunity here. That was the 3:42. Armand Hamilton through on Sebastian Koch in the 394. Sebastian has dual heritage. So does Armand. Armand, Australia and Hungary. Sebastian, Belgium and Germany. Oh, come to think of it, you've got one bloke in the commentary box who's also a dual national, England and Germany. But we go on to our penultimate lap of this first heat out of 3. Vic Stevens leads the way by just under 0.4 of a second ahead of Devian Rost. Freddie Ingram rounds out the top 3. Benjamin Van Hees, Krik Knoren, Ruben Verheyen, Tommy van der Stroys, Armand Hamilton, Sebastian Koch and Felipe Falk. Also another dual national. Felipe is a Brazilian first name. So Felipe running with the Brazilian colours, the Brazilian flag on his TB kart, rounds out the top 10. So timer has expired as we make our way through the final few corners before the last lap board gets shown. And it is Vic Stevens that leads the way. We will hit 9 laps in total. And look over the right shoulder as we go on to the final lap of this opening heat. Stevens leads by just under 5.5 of a second ahead of first. Ingram. And, well, Dominic Scheppers and Martin Herrera have fallen by the wayside. There has been a change a little bit further back. That was the battle for 5th place. So I think maybe Ruben Verheyen might have just lost out. But there are the race leaders coming through Chemin de Fer for the final time. But it is going to come to the checkered flag on this particular occasion, because out of the final right-hander, now powering over the crest through the chicane and onto the start-finish straight, it's Bouvin Powers Vic Stevens that wins the opening senior Rotax heat of the day. Head of Kart Store Benelux Racing Teams, Devian Ross. Freddie Ingram, 12 places gained to finish P3. That's a good start to the weekend, even with the dismal qualifying. Benjamin Van Hees and Krik Knoren round out the top 5. Ruben Verheyen, Tommy van der Stroys and Armand Hamilton round out the top 8. Head of Sebastian Koch, Felipe Falk rounds out the top 10 with Kaz Boshouse, Mika van der Pavert. Julian Klausmann, Sverre Ubben made up 14 places. So is the biggest gainer in this race from 28th on the grid. Luca Prima started 20th, finished 15th. Ahead of Puck Gubbles, Giorgio Merkenstein, Sven Slagmoller, Robbie Stoddart and Ralph van der Pavert, Kevin Navis, Ollie Jonkers, Scott Westhovens, Kaz Tobin, Max Costa, Lex Quintons and Magnus Richt round out the 27 finishers. Dominic Scheppers and Martin Herrera out on lap 6. Dylan Hummel, lap 4. Jori Schoens, lap 2. And Nathan Marischal, unfortunately, out after that multi-cart incident on the opening lap at turn 2. Up next, it's the heat for Junior Max. So now it's time to take you through the grid for the heat for junior Rotax. 14 rows, 28 drivers in total. Boris Maximov will start from pole position. And he'll be joined on the front row by Bran van der Weyken. Dean Blankenberg and Thijs van Wijk round out row number 2. Noord den Engelsman and Jim Bach will round out row 3 ahead of Rokoka and Henry Melchior from Germany. Jor van Ekelen and David Dorrestein round out the top 10 with Tristan Shays and Max Swiderski row 6, Jake Menton and Fabian Rudman rounding out row 7, Temo Koopmans and Brian Kivitsbosch row 8, with Rico Paral, Vince Dries, Nicolas Machon and Adam Vida rounding out the top 20. Thijs Stevens, Thomas Verheyen, Lars Lambers, Levi Dries, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Lieke van Berkel, Luca van Leer and Lucas Nijs round out the 28-strong grid. And a very good morning to Mettmann, just outside of Düsseldorf in Germany, Konrad Bayer. Glad you're watching on along as always, my friend. So greetings from the team here. So really good to have a lot of you watching on the live stream. And also one of the other things that we can let you folks know is that all the races will be uploaded early next week So you won't need to search your way through a live stream, which will give you all the affordability to check out the races that you watch and what you want to watch alone, completely free of charge. So 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. The air temperature still at 11 degrees Celsius. Cloud cover is slightly retreating though. The skies are starting to look a little bit lighter than they have done for the majority of the day. I drove in this morning about, well, I can't remember, well, it was early, let's say, but quite a few drivers on this grid, quite a lot of them compete, not just domestically, but also on a more international scale. So now the field starts closing in, the rank starts, these ranks of drivers starting to close on in very, very nicely indeed, with Nicolas Nys in the 219 bringing up the rear of the field. But we are under starters' orders. The red lights are on the starting gantry here at Karting Final in Mariembourg. So Maximov and Van der Weyken will lead the field over the crest, through into the chicane, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. And Maximov leads the field heading into turn one, but in Blankenberg, oh, and big old incident coming out of through turn one. One of the carts went off the circuit. There's the 268 that has ended up off track. Adam Vida, teammate to Edward Dorrestein. Castle Bennett's Racing Team new livery for this weekend, as someone nearly came to a grinding halt. Battle for P2 coming out of Chemin de Fer on this opening lap. So right, 239. Fabian Rudman in the Sony kart is off of turn number one. That was the kart that was flying backwards through the air. Unfortunately, more than likely a big old assist because that was 4 carts involved. Boris Maximov has a comfortable lead at the moment, but here comes Bran van der Weyken looking up the inside. Well, was Bran van der Weyken. Now it's Thijs van Wijk. And Van der Weyken down into 4th place. Rocco Kerr and Jim Back round at the top 6. We have got, oh dear, we've got somebody else off. And this time at turn number 2. Field makes its way through into turn 4 and into 5. So Jake Menton and Vince Dries also not moving. Oh, someone's just had a big old wallop of oversteer, and we've got a GKS cart off. And the driver's trying to pull the cart out of the way. Well, we're trying to pull the cart out of the way off of the grass, which is probably wet, muddy and slippery, and trying to get it back onto the circuit. Maximov continues to lead after lap number 2. Zatsabera between Doreen Blankenberg. Ryan Kiewitzbosch has just got through. Nicolas Machon was the GKS driver. Oh, send and a half there by the 288 of Thomas Verheyen, who, oh dearie me, and we've just had a cart go off, and one clattered into it, another one gets caught up in the crossfire. Oh, right at turn 4. So, looks like we've got a few early casualties in this opening race for Junior Rotax. So we've got 3 retirees. Expect at least another one out of those 3, maybe even 2, depending if one of them has a bent back axle. But this is the battle for the race lead, and it's Maximov again ahead of Van Wijk, ahead of Van der Weyken. Oh, right, okay. Nunez den Engelsman was one of the drivers that was involved. Oh, we've got a yellow at turn 3. There was a yellow, oh, full course yellow. Right, race has been neutralised. Full course yellow has been employed by our race director straight away. Full course yellow with 6 minutes and 33 seconds still to go on the timer. And medical staff being called. So full course yellow, slow boards are out. So with just over 6 minutes remaining, we have got a full course caution around the circuit, which means that the race has effectively been neutralised. It's going to... Right, so it is a... Well, that's the CRG overall set and the kart. Can't make out who the driver was, but we've got Nudes den Engelsman, Rick Corporal, Tomo Koopmans, Tay Stevens is another one. Well, the main thing is that the driver that's being attended to by one of the medical team here is walking under their own power. That is such a good sign to see. Good to see Roy de Jonge in chat saying, "Let's go, boys, Maximov." So please feel free to get your comments in and let us know who you're going to be cheering for today. So we are under full course yellow conditions with the slow boards out. So this is also to make it a safe environment in case any members of the team, including medical, need to come onto the circuit, which was very much the case then. So we are still under the full course yellow conditions. So the yellow flags are now being kept stationary, which means next time around the green flag will be there and ready for it to wave. So we are getting back under starters' orders. It's going to be a single file restart for the resumption of the junior Rotax heat. Days van Wyk closing into the back bumper of Boris Maximov. Bram van der Weyken and Thomas Verheyen need to close up too, because this time around we'll be back under green flag racing here in Junior Rotax in the heat for the second round of the Belgian Max Challenge. They start to accelerate. Wait for it. Green flag in the air. We're back underway. As Maximov leads the field into turns 1 and 2. And I can tell you this much, there is rain falling. There is rain falling because the biggest thing now is look at how much the track surface has changed. And for those wondering, how are you able to see it, apart from the fact there are some slight spots on the camera lens, it is the way that the drivers try and get themselves through respective corners. And the first time I thought, well, hang on, Maximov is weaving, which said to me one of two things. He's checking that everything's all okay, but look at what's happening behind. This is not going to be an easy one. There's Ava Dorrestein for Kartstal Benelux Racing Team, running with her girls on FIA Girls on Track race overalls. In multiple disciplines in karting this year, which has been very, very impressive to witness and to commentate on. But because the weather shift has changed things quite significantly, it's meant that the drivers are just going to try and get it home. Look, the rain's starting. I saw proper, not just spots of rain, but on the camera lens, but actually the rain falling from the sky. So we are having a change in the weather. So the drivers, okay, fastest lap of the race, 56.801 by Thijs van Wijk. Last time around the race leader, Boris Maximov, 1 minute 16.4. So straight away, it's about just getting to the finish. There's Max Sadursky trying to get through, I think. But there are some tussles going through into chemin de fer, some using wider lines, others using the traditional apex driven. Oh, we've had another retiree. Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch has ended up out of the race as the time will hit 0. Next time around, we will get the last lap board. So full course yellow, multi-cart incident on turn 1, lap 1. And now the weather has decided, hello, I'm going to add a little bit of spice to this. And that is exactly what has just happened. So the final lap is underway. And that is Bodine Blankenberg, who's completely frustrated, was running 8th. And is clearly not happy about something in particular. But Boris Maximov is now into the second half of this lap. So we will hit 9 laps in total. And, well, Maximov nearly had his own problem, nearly became undone in his own right. And now has Van Wijk towards the outside. Van Wijk is going to go high and wide and try and get the run, as this is going to be quite interesting here. Because your winner in the heat, Thijs van Wijk. Maximov got it all wrong in the latter half of the lap. Just obviously because of the fact it's the, you know, the wet weather with also the tyre compound, you know, the tyre type that you were using, which is a slick tyre. Maximov second, Thomas Verheyen, 19 places gained, 22nd to 3rd in that one. Ahead of Rocco Kerr, Max Sadursky, Bram van der Beek and Eva Dorrestein. Aaron Wieder, Lieke van Berkel, 25th to 9th amidst all the dramas. Lars Lambers up to 10th from 23rd. Levi Dries, who started 24th, up 11 places to finish P11. Luca van Leer started 27th, ended up P12 ahead of Bodine Blankenberg. Nicholas Nys started 28th, finished 14th, ahead of Jim Back, who completes the top 15. Alexander Van Meeuwen 16th, ahead of Henry Melchior. Jor van Ekelen, Nicolas Machon, and Tristan Shays round out the 20 finishers. We lost Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch, Nuden Engelsman, Rico Paral, Timo Koopmans, Dave Stevens, and then Jake Menton, Vince Dries, and Fabian Rodman on the opening lap. Well, that's it for juniors until after the lunch break. Next up, it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. So let's take you through the grid for the heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Nicolas Guillaume starts from pole position, and alongside will be Imke Arts on the front row. Bit of a discussion with one of the drivers who's, with regards to our race director, looks like someone starting from the dummy grid. So Rick van der Start due to start third. So Guillaume starts from pole position. Imke Arts in second alongside on the front row. Rick van der Start due to start third, hasn't crossed the timing beam, so that might have been the driver that was just spoken to by our race director. Axel Goes starts on the outside of row 2, ahead of Jordi Klebor, and Sam Coffey is running out the top 3 rows. Bas van Vlummeren, Kian de Brandt, Carl Klebor and Christoph Adams round out the top 10. Jesse Spans, Dominic Hummels, Wim Rouleau, Niels Böhler, Luca Neuenhausen, Lisanne Kielstra, Ronald Assault looks to also be starting from the dummy grid. Ahead of Marie Fassot, Christophe Lasso, Douglas Knoll, and Paul van Viert, completing the order. So 21 carts, well, 21 carts due to start, 2 from the dummy grid. And with this particular heat, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. We'll have 3 more races to take us to the lunch break, where we'll have KZ2, the second heat for seniors, groups A versus C, and then KZ2 Masters will take us to the official lunch break. And we'll be back with another bountiful amount of races to take us to the last checkered flag of this weekend. Josh Rules 8P, hello again from Australia. Well, I hate to think what part of Australia you're from and what time, Josh, it is in the morning wherever you are. So please feel free to put that in the chat to let me know. I'll make a mention of it. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Guillaume and Arts had a great battle, if I remember correctly, at Circuit Park Bedhem for round 2 of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship a few weeks back. They're on the front row again. Mouth-watering prospects. 2 very, very highly charged, very competitive drivers. And when I see them side by side, I know that there is something exciting in the offing. Okay. Red lights are on the gantry. 10 minutes on the timer. Into the tram lines. Revs are eyes. Lights are on. And the lights are out first time. Here we go. Guillaume gets the textbook whole shot of the front end of the field. Axel Goes, slots in behind Imke Arts. As the 2 drivers have been released from the dummy grid, so Guillaume getting an early initial advantage. It's nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn number 3 on the opening lap. And that was just outside of the only 8 p.m. Okay, well, Josh, you're going to be watching until the early hours of the morning. I hope you haven't got work tomorrow. But let us know where in Australia you're from, mate. I'll be interested to hear. But the field makes their way through into the infield the latter part of the infield section, through the Escalgor section. And Guillaume has a little bit of a lead now. Probably the best part of 5 to 6 tenths of a second ahead of Imke Arts. And Axel Goes rounding out the top 3. Jordi Klebor in 4th. So gap between first and second is nearly 7 tenths. So ready, Guillaume. Starting with the best foot forward, however, Imke Arts is being threatened with pressure by Axel Goes, who puts it up the inside through at turn number 3. That's 3rd place for the 455. Running with, I think, Combi Kart Racing Team these days. Jordi Klebor, the son of Karl Klebor, who is in DD2 Masters. He's not too far behind either, so that is going to be a very, very clear battle. So Knopfius is not too far either behind, but has been passed by Bas van Vlummeren, who is leading the Masters class. And of course, Karl Klebor, who's won not too Carl Clebor has dropped down to 11th place on that particular lap. We've got just under 8 minutes to go, plus 1 lap in this DD2 and DD2 Masters opening heat. Nice move there by Zemkopjes up the inside of Bas van Vlimmeren. And Van Vlimmeren has to slot in behind, but don't tell me the 552 is going to try and do that through into turn number 5. Look one way, then the other. And he's now got Kian de Brandt in the number 458 just behind. Oh, through the latter part of Escargot. De Brandt was looking up the inside of Van Vlimmeren and thought, oh yeah, I might be able to make that. No, he's going to try and throw it through at the final right-hander. That's not going to help because look who's behind, Jesse Spans. So there is an opportunity here for Jesse Spans to get through, and he does at turn number 1. Neatly negotiated there. And there is the 555. Oh, big old incident. And that is De Brandt's rear bumper off and flying. Well, it was only going to come to blows, and that's exactly what's just happened. So Kian de Brandt's rear bumper on the KR chassis, from Shepherd's Racing BV, out at turn 2. It came to blows. It was the fact that I think there was a little bit of a door open coming out of turn 1, and yeah, de Brandt over the right-hand side. And then the rear bumper got caught, and that was all she wrote for the 458. So first casualty. Kian de Brandt, meantime, a little bit further back, well, Imke Arts is still fighting with Axel Goes, but Nicolas Guillaume has a lead. Ah, Ipswich Kart Club in Brisbane, Australia. Ah, brilliant, Josh, thanks for that. So, yeah, another place in the world that's got that's called Ipswich. But yeah, no, great to hear. Yeah, great to hear that you're watching over in Queensland. So welcome along. So Guillaume is going to probably extend that lead to maybe the best part of, or probably north of 2 seconds. Going to find that out in just a few moments' time. The battle for second is really starting to intensify. Sam Knopf is trying to close and in on Yuri Klebor. Imke Arts is the meat in the sandwich at the minute, behind Axel Goes, but she's in the wheel tracks of the 455. Great strategy call there from Imke Arts to just literally let Axel Goes punch a hole in the dirty air and then just, you know, put the feelers out. Think about what your strategy is going to be. And Imke Arts' strategy at the moment looks to be just run behind him and just keep on going. Oh, wonderful sunshine. That's something to help put a smile on the driver's face and everyone else's face in the paddock. But Yuri Klebor keeping with Imke Arts, so this is going to be, I think, winding up to be an interesting battle over the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Guillaume has set the fastest lap race, funny enough, on lap number 3, 54.853. He's about to come across the line to complete lap 6 in the 444. His lead now is just shy of 2.1 seconds. Axel Goes still fending off Imke Arts, who was looking to stick the nose up the inside of the 455 through at turn number 2, but thought better of it, discretion being the better part of valour. Dominic Hummels has dropped to 10th place, but the top 4 make up 40%. The top 4 in DD2 Masters make up 40%, as through into Chemin de Fer. There's the aggressive overtake from Imke Arts, gives no opportunity from Axel Goes to have a potential counter-attack at that point on the circuit. So now it's a case of, right, do you want to carry on fighting? Because you're going to allow Sem Knopfjes to keep on closing, or do you go after the race leader? Well, 3 minutes and 30 seconds plus an additional lap might not seem like much to some people, but in karting, that can be a nigh on eternity. Yuri Klebor looking up the inside of Axel Goes. Into turn number 2, Christoph Adams has got the wind beneath his wings, so to speak, aka his side pods. and is, well, he's leading the DD2 Masters class. Bas van Vlemeren down into 9th and 3rd in class. Karl Klebor 8th and 2nd in class. Dominic Hummels round out the top 4. So, Guillaume de Brandt's bumper, unfortunately, after that clash just a few moments ago with Jesse Spahns, means that the Shepherd's Racing driver is officially out as of lap 3. So, has Imke Art started to close in on the gap from Nicolas Guillaume? The answer looks to be a no on that one, because she is nearly 2.3 seconds behind. So there was, oh right. Luca Neuenhausen now has made his way into the top 10 and is currently running 9th. So 6 places gained by the 488 from the Netherlands. And what's happening now? Imke Arts has found pace and is pulling away from Axel Goes, Jordi Klebor and Sam Knopius. So what was a battle for second now becomes a battle for 3rd place. There's Christoph Adams leading the way in DD2 Masters. He's got through on Jesse Spahns. Christoph Adams is 6th overall, whereas this could get a bit hairy. Van Vlemeren versus Hummels. And this is for 3rd in class, but more importantly, top 10, the final place in the top 10 overall. Just behind, they've got the 554 of Wim Rouleau. So anything can happen in the next minute or so, plus an additional lap. So the leader is away in the distance. Nicolas Guillaume crosses the line after 10 laps. Lead over Imke Arts now, just under 2.2 seconds. And it goes Klebor and Knopius. These are the three battlers over 3rd position. So with the rundown now happening to Chemin de Fer, Guillaume is already through and out of it. So that's, so is Goes, so is Klebor, so is Knopius. But we are going to have one more lap to go in this heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Last lap underway for the heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Guillaume crosses the line and is now 2.115 seconds ahead of Imke Arts. Axel Goes in 3rd. Jordi Klebor, Sam Knopius, Christoph Adams, Jesse Spahns, Karl Klebor. We've got Luca Neuenhausen and Wim Rouleau rounding out the top 10. Dominic Hummels, Bas van Vlemeren, Niels Beuler, Rick van der Straat and Lisanne Kielstra round out the top 15, as we still have 20 out of the 21 starters still running in this race. But the final lap is about to come to an end, and there is Nicolas Guillaume going through the final, well, the penultimate right-hander on the circuit. Now the last right-hander, and powering up over the hill, through the crest. The winner in DD2, it's Nicolas Guillaume from SP Motorsport, ahead of Imke Arts, with Axel Goes holding on to that 3rd place at the line. Jordi Klebor and Sam Knopius ran at the top 5, ahead of DD2 Masters winner for this heat, Christoph Adams. Jesse Spahns, Karl Klebor, Luca Neuenhausen and Wim Rouleau round out the top 10. Dominic Hummels, 11th, Niels Beuler, Rick van der Straat, Lisanne Kielstra and Mahard Fassot round out the top 15. Bas van Vlemeren and Ronan Lassort round out the top 17. Waiting for the final few finishes to come across the line. So Christoph Lassort in 18th, Tom van Weert and Douglas Knoll round out the 20 strong that finished the race, unfortunately on lap number 3. So the contact between Kian de Brandt and another driver, which was, I think, Jesse Spahns, if I'm very much mistaken, meant that de Brandt was off, rear bumper flailing in the air, and he was out. Well, that's it for DD2 and DD2 Masters with Guillaume and Adams, your respective heat winners. Up next, it's the heat for KZ2. Now we get to our first race for KZ2. It's the heat. Let's take you through the starting grid. Enzo Boll and Jens Trudeau will be on the front row. Behind them on row number 2 will be Fagen Mega and Gil Mertens. Kevin Stehauer and Dion van Werven will be on row number 3. Dirk van Sifthout and Daniel Tenbach will be on row 4, completing the top 10. Renzo Alibaks and Jeffrey Fixer. Bud Plug and Thomas Cypers will be on row 6, ahead of Dan Zopfi and Jimmy Devine. And Tim Verelst and Lucas Thompson round out row 8. Row 9, Rick Mewes and Erwin Koehler, with Bo de Winter, Hendrik Jan Troyens and Wim Winkel rounding out the 21 strong grid. So for those new to KZ2, it's a 6-speed shifter class with quite amounts of horsepower on the right-hand side of the drivers. They will literally rocket to 100 kph in the blink of an eye. Probably the best spot of just over 3 seconds. And max out, depending on circuit variation, can be anything over 160 kilometers an hour, which is 100 miles an hour. But here at Mariembourg, it is going to be about making sure you know where to place the kart at the right time, and also use racecraft, strategy, and a little bit of savoir-faire to get yourself through the race, using common sense at all times, being completely aware and astute of what's happening. Of course, KZ2, one of the most physically demanding, if not the most physically demanding category in karting. And what's more, because of the sheer torque through the back axles, these karts will be doing a traditional standing start. It is a real adrenaline-filled moment, because that is what you are going to need to get yourself through what is the most brutal, animalistic, and demanding category in modern-day international karting. It's also a class that is very much loved all around the world in its various forms, through grassroots, through national and domestic championships. So the first few drivers are lining up on the grid, revving the engines. They need to be lubricated at all times, do these engines. It just keeps warmth and temperature circulating through the respective parts. So anything like, say, the cylinder, the bore, the piston, the conrod, the connecting rod, so let's get ready for KZ2 action here at Mariembourg. Revs rise, and we're underway. Oh, bad start from Enzo Boll at the front end of the field, and he's dropped down. There's a bit of a three-way brawl just ahead of him. The 255 bogged down, did not get off the line quick enough. And that has meant that there's a bit of a flurry of CRG colourings at the front end of the field as they go through turn 3 for the first time. Quinn Winkel now sporting a new race helmet. The unveiled on social media before this weekend has made up a handful of positions in the meantime. Through into Chemin de Fer as they make their way through in towards Escargot. But a very difficult start for Enzo Boll. Just did not get the traction that he needed. And just literally dropped like the stone in the proverbial pond off of the start-finish straight. So, coming around to complete the opening lap of the KZ2 Heat here at Mariembourg. Leading the way, Gil Mertens, Jens Treur, and Dion van Verven round out the top 3. Van Verven on the attack early, and he's looking up the inside through into turn number 2. Van Verven gets through for second. Good move there by the young man from the Netherlands. Daniel Tenbach in the 223. Is not too far behind either, and could be one to factor into this. Hendrik Jan Troyens looks to not have been able to, may not have even gotten onto the grid. So there might have been some technical gremlins hurting the 154's opportunity. Gil Mertens leads the way as they are about to complete their second lap. 8.25 minutes plus 1 lap to go. The CRG train continues to lead the way as Van Verven looks over the right shoulder. See where Treur is. He's a little bit further back. Oh, dramas for Farin Mega. Oh, dearie me, Farin Mega also having his fair share of dramas. As Van Verven is challenging for the race lead. But look how many karts there are. There are 8 of them involved. And that has got Thomas Sipers at the back of it on the TD kart, part of the official Thierry Del Rey Racing Team outfit. They're covered by, get this, 1.6 seconds after the opening 2 laps. Fastest lap of the race, Thomas Sipers, 53.320. 7 2.5 minutes still to go, so Mega drops all the way down to 20th. Kvin Winkel up 7 places from the back end of the grid, now currently P14 and trying to steadily move his way up the order. But these laps are going past, they are literally flying by right now. Battle for 4th, 5th and 6th between Ten Bak, Van Siftheld and Enzo Bol, who's got himself back into the mix. Enzo Bol finds himself now not in 6th, he is currently 5th. And he's charging after those in front, which includes Ten Bak being the first in his crosshairs. As they come out of Chemin de Fer and head towards the Escargot section. Escargot, in other words, Snail. So just come through there. So looks like we might have a new race lead arrive here. It could be the fact it's going to be Dion van Verven in the 277. So Van Verven leads. Mertens second. Dwyer at Ten Bak. And Ten Bak is being bullied a little bit here by Enzo Bol. Figuratively, not literally, folks. Don't worry. Oh, right. Just behind, but Alibak's just lost out to Van Siftheld, who did a textbook lick the stamp and send it through at, I think it looked like it was turn 3. But again, with these drivers really having to push like crazy, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen next. But Van Verven last time round had nearly a 0.3 of a second advantage over Mertens. Throw rounding out the top 3. So we're just coming up to half time as the drivers continue to run their way around this circuit. Now with one driver trying to move up the order. Enzo Bol will want to get that race lead back and then canter off into the distance. And that's going to be rather important. You want to make sure that you start getting away from people. And Van Verven is doing that. Enzo Bol, new fastest lap of the race until that was then taken away from SP Motorsport teammate down in 12th. Kvin Winkel at 52.384 as up the inside of Gil Mertens attempts to go Enzo Bol through, but the 255 from SP Motorsport unable to get over or get past the 111. But whilst they have been battling, this has brought in the likes of Ten Bak, Alibak, Van Siftheld and Cyprus. Cyprus now up into 8th place. Battle for P3 heating up, battle for P5 heating up. A 2-kart battle and a quartet. Into turn 2 once again they go. And no matter what play out of the NFL playbook does Enzo Bol try to bring, and Gil Mertens like saying, you're going to have to do a lot better than that to get past me. You've got to try everything in the book. You've got to try everything that you can do. Every bit of physical or mental energy that you've got, you just got to really, really go for it and see how that all works out. Lap 8 completed, and Van Verven leads by just over 0.4 of a second. Mertens, Bol, Ten Bak, Alibak, Van Siftheld, Thomas Cypers, Jeffrey Fixer, and the recovering Bud Plug running at the top 10. things very well could start to gather a little bit more pace in the last 2¼ minutes in this heat for KZ2. Someone losing a position or two, possibly coming out of the chicane. Renzo Alibaks looks to have dropped down 1 or 2 positions on that. But still, the hustle carries on. Oh, dearie me. Problems there for now. Someone was running a little bit slow coming out of turn number 3. Then one of the carts got a little bit of a touch from behind. It just goes that sometimes, even though it might be the fastest thing on 4 wheels when it comes to karting, there's also that other side that a lot of people probably might not talk about, but it's mainly about mechanical sympathy. Is the kart tracking the right way? Have you done this? Have you done that? So it's like you're going through a protocol list every single time, as we have had a change. That is Enzo Boll past the 223 of Daniel Tenbach. But it's Van Boven from Troyer from Boll, Mertens, Tenbach, Van Silfhout, Alibaks, Fixer, Boyd and Winkel, and out your top 10. So we're coming down to the final 10 or so seconds. So by the end of this race, we'll have completed 13 laps. We look at how many laps there are, but the timer has expired. This and one more to go. And Van Boven has a lead of just about 3½ tenths of a second, but he's still not out of harm's way. Not out of the pressure cooker behind him, but is really trying to see if Van Boven is going to make an uncustomary mistake. And sometimes that does happen, sometimes it does not. But we are going to find out over just under 1.4 kilometres. Van Boven was 3 seconds ahead of Enzo Boll, still running in around about so we have got 2 more races to go before the lunch break. But Dion Van Boven trying to keep Jens Troyer at bay with regards to this particular race victory. And Van Boven started on the outside of row number 3 and is currently P6. Oh, well, the checkered flag has now just been waved as well, so looks like Dion Van Boven has got the win. Jens Troyer second, Enzo Boll in third, Gil Mertens and Daniel Tenbach round out the top 5. Dirk van Siftout, Enzo Alibaks, Jeffrey Fixer and Bart Plurg round out the top 10. Quinn Winkel makes it from last to 11th, last to 10th actually in that one. So the defending champion not giving up on the title aspirations yet. He finishes ahead of Thomas Cyphers, Lucas Thompson, Kevin Stehauer, Dan Zopfi and Jimmy Devine running at the top 20. Nick Mears, Tim Verelst, Aldo Winter and Edwin Kula round out the top 19. All of them finished, and Fahin Mega looks to have unfortunately retired on lap number 2, with Hendrik Jan Truyens not making it past the end of the opening lap. Let's take you through the grid for Senior Rotax Heat 2, and it's groups A versus C. So the fastest driver overall in time qualifying today was Jaden Teen. He'll be joined by Vivian Rust alongside on the front row. Well, it's Enzo van den Dickenberg and Felipe Falk on row 2. Siem van Vliet and Dylan Hummel on row 3. Flynn Fitters, Vic Stevens, Neil Hendricks and Ollie Yonkers round out the top 10 positions. Row 6, it's Lawrence Herbos and Nika van der Pavert. Boluet will be joined by Julian Volsman on row 7 with Jod van Bijk. And Ralph van der Pavert on row 8. Mitch Haynett and Armin Hamilton line up on row 9 with Bram Blomp and Luca Prima who complete the top 20. Wesley Eckhart, Kaz Boshaus, Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Kevin Navis, Wood Kirstens, Dominic Schupers, Martin Geiskens, Ferret Ubben, Niels Sjöstrand, Magnus Richt, Dante Sima and Nathan Marischal round out the 32-strong grid. Good to hear from Tinkerbell. Let's go Bram Plomp, first time SR Solutions, good luck. Also, we have a birthday for someone who is a part of one of the many teams that I know of throughout my travels. So I'm going to have a look, see who those people are. Well, one of them, which is Edgar from GKS Lemons Power. 21 again, maybe? But one of the many people that are part of the team management structures for the respective outfits that compete. 7 minutes plus an additional timer, additional lap on the timer. We'll have one more race to take us through into the lunch break, which will be KZ2 Masters, and then we are flat out, and I mean flat out for 13 races. Okay. Let's see what happens, because the red lights are on the starting gantry for Heat 2, A versus C here in Senior Rotax. Into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out first time. Jaden Teen leads the field into turn 1, followed by Enzo van den Dickenberg. As it's going to be a run into turn number 2. Now this is going to dictate how the race is going to pan out. 2 by 2, hurrah, as have they all made it through at 3. That's going to be a, well done to everybody for getting through. We saw in the first heat in seniors that 8 carts got collected within each other on turn 2 on lap 1, but the top 4 have started breaking way. 5th place is going to be the cork in the bottle, and that is a huge trade. So that could be more than likely. Well, I'm wondering whether that's going to be it's going to be a CRG, looks like, and it could be Devian Ross as they come across the line to complete the opening lap. Jaden Teen leads. Enzo van den Dickenberg has got Siem van Vliet and Vic Stevens through. Stevens now decides to dive up the inside through at turn number 2, and that's second for the 327 with Bouvin Power. 5th is Devian Rost, who was the cork in the bottle. Won't be the case for Felipe Falk. Some drivers trying to get a bit brave going into turn number 4. This can sometimes turn out to be a little bit of a touch point. What I mean by that is that one person will dive bomb up the inside, someone else will get, the person next to them will get spun around 180, yeet, and then you will have fast traffic oncoming going into that part of the circuit. Jaden Teen had nearly a 1/6 of a second advantage. If he's done a north of a second by the end of lap 2, it's going to be a pretty good run. 0.8. Jaden Teen leading by 0.8 of a second. Lawrence Herbos up the inside of Felipe Falk through turn 3 for P8. Flynn Fitters rounds out the top 10. So everyone still running. There are going to be some dive bombs up the inside into Chemin de Fer. There was one. Must be Boluet. So coming up to 4 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap. Now here comes the change for fourth. Devian Rust up the inside of Enzo van den Dickenberg at turn 1. But the good thing was Enzo decided, you know what, this is an opportunity for me to score good points in this heat. And it's got another race to go. So you drivers who are at that sharper end of the field, sometimes there's a sense of urgency or there's the sense of desperation. The sense of desperation is when someone fires it back up the inside of somebody from way back when, as if, well, that move wasn't clearly on. But again, a little bit of shrewd driving. Hannes Überfeld, it is at the end of the day, so Hannes, 17:35 is when we are scheduled to have the senior final. You're going to have to wait right up until the end of the day, buddy. Well done last week at Wackersdorf. Right, change has occurred because Ralph van der Paver has just got through on Felipe Falk. And who is that behind? That's Mitch Haynert. Mitch has gotten through on his teammates. Also, Julian Klosman makes it 2 karts from SR Solutions. To catch up with Scott Svan earlier on yesterday and also this morning. I'm just wondering whether one of his mechanics, Matthias Turlo, was doing a bit of a Top Gun Maverick audition with the aviator sunglasses he had on yesterday afternoon. So 2 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap. So for anyone that is watching, if you want to find out what times the races are at, we always put them in the description. So at least you are fully informed, rather than you having to worry about a timetable. Right, a change for third. Sam van Vliet from Montfort Motorsports has just been passed by Devian Rost. So Rost now up into P3. And he started on the outside of the front row alongside Jaden Teen, who has a lead of just over 0.8 of a second ahead of Vic Stevens. Which rounds out the top 10. As the leaders now make their way through into and out of Chemin de Fer at turn number 6. So, biggest mover in the race so far looks to be Mitch Haynert, up 7 places already from 17th on the grid, and is now up into P10 and climbing. Jaden Teen holding on to that race lead. Not doing too much, not over-exerting, but just doing exactly what he needs. Economy of motion sometimes is incredibly crucial. There are some side-by-side battles that are coming through on the start-finish straight, but there is Mika van der Paven up the inside of Enzo Dickenberg. That is through for what is going to be at least, I think, more than likely 5th place, which is the case because behind them looks to be Ollie Yonkers. Jaden Teen just doing exactly what he needs to do. 2 laps to go after this one. So we're going to hit 9 laps in total. I feel for all the people outside at the moment, including the marshalling crew, associated members of the media, including photographers who are out on circuit. Right, here comes the move up the inside on turn 1 on Enzo Dickenberg, and that was Bolowet. Now Lawrence Herbold pulls the trigger. So the 352 who started 3rd is now running 9th. And there is Mitch Haynert, about 5 or 6 kart lengths behind. The race leader will already have gone through on the exit of Chemin de Fer, as I said it. So timer has expired. 1 more lap to go in the second of the 3 heats. Team doing exactly what he needs to do at the front end of the field to make sure he gets a win, because now Jaden Teen has got a win. Vic Stevens has a win. Last lap underway in this second of 3 senior Rotax heats. We will have senior Rotax Heat 3 A versus B at laps, 5 minutes to 2 this afternoon. So after the mini rookie pre-final. Team doing exactly what he needs to do. Hold on to that pole position, hold on to the race lead, and just canter away to a comfortable margin. Not a considerable, but a comfortable margin, because the 3:59 from the Netherlands, Jaden Teen picks up the win in Senior Rotax. Heat 2 A versus C by nearly a second over Vic Stevens. Devian Ross takes third ahead of Sim Van Vliet, Ollie Jonkers, Mika van der Pavert, Bollouet, Lawrence Herboz, Enzo van den Dickenberg, and Mitch Hainert completing the top 10. Gideon Kloosman, Jor van Wijk, Ralph van der Pavert, Miel Hendricks, and Felipe Falk round out the top 15. Flynn Fitters, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Armin Hamilton, Sverre Ubben, and Kaz Boshouse rounding out the top 20. Bram Plomp, Wood Kirstens, Martin Geiskens, Dylan Hummel, Wesley Eckhart, Kevin Navis, Dante Sima, Dominic Shapers, Nathan Marichal, Miles Sjöstrand, Magnus Richt, and Luca Brima round out the finishing order. All 32 drivers making it to the checkered flag of 9 laps of racing completed, as we've got one more heat to go. But before we go to the lunch break, next up is the heat for KZ2 Masters. So, to take us into the lunch break, it's going to be KZ2 Masters. And here is your starting grid. Jeroen Bos will start from pole position, having put in an absolute blinder in time qualifying this morning by nearly the best part of 3.5 tenths of a second. Will be joined by the 123 of Wesley Duval on the front row. Nicky Burhenne and Thierry Del Rey will be on row number 2. Glenn van den Hoek and Kevin Delcroix round out row 3 ahead of Edgar Oosting and Bastien. William van der Kay and Nick Bertram round out the top 10 ahead of Niels Costa. Mark Verhoeven with Gert Brink, René Kleven, Martin Versteeg, Henk de Jong bringing up the rear of the field. 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. And it will, as with KZ2 earlier on for their heat, it will be standing starts only, and that will be the case for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters in their pre-finals. The pre-final for KZ2 will be at 2:55 p.m. KZ2 Masters at 3:15, and then the finals KZ2 at 4:55, and for Masters at 5:15 p.m. So the drivers now on their official formation lap. Wind has picked up again. Humidity has decreased, however, 67%. Air temperature 12 degrees Celsius. It is colder than that because of the blustering winds, which now have hit 28 kilometers an hour. It's a north-northeasterly wind. Now, one of the characteristics, just looking back at the KZ2 starts earlier on, where Enzo Bol completely bogged down, thing is, Mariembourg actually has an interesting characteristic because the straight has a camber to the right-hand side, very much not in the same severity as a track called Brands Hatch, but the person on pole position in the KZ2, Enzo Bol, bogged down completely. So sometimes a little bit of camber can be a slight detriment. But it is also about how you get yourself ready for the start, and then obviously dropping the clutch and then going for it. And also the tyres have to be ready. Right, flag marshal moves away. Red lights on the gantry, and we're underway. Great start from the pole setter. Jeroen Bos, who leads the field into turn 1. Literally scarping away, 3 wide, just outside of the back part of the top 10. Through the exit of turn 1, as into turn 2 for the opening time. Jeroen Bos getting a great start and just launched it off the line. Well, the driver's going a little bit wide. That was the 122 of Niels Costa. As Jeroen Bos leads the field through into turn number 5 and into Chemin de Fer. Battle really heating up. Thierry Del Rey in 4th at the moment. Glenn van den Hoek, I think, is in 5th, and it'll be Nicky Burhenne in the number 126 that rounds out the top 3. Out of Escargot for the first time. Wesley Duval now closing in on Jeroen Bos as they come through the final right-hander and now start to bang up the gears. And we'll be at flat chat coming across the line. Bos leads after the opening lap by 0.16 of a second. Burhenne in the CRG, running at the top 3. Del Rey in 4th. Glenn van den Hoek running at the top 5. Edgar Oosting has got Kevin Delcroix not too far behind. And also you've got Nick Bertram in the 134, running at the top 8. William van der Kay and Bastien round out the top 10. As again, overtakes being threaded through at turn 6 at Chemin de Fer as they head into Escargot once again. And 2 battles really showcasing their hand at the minute. because you've got Jeroen Bos and Wesley Duval leading the way, and it's been the same. Now, what has happened to Berheni has dropped to 8th, and now there is an attempt of a move into turn number 2. That was one of the other TD carts. That is the 190. Right, Henk de Jong looks to have retired on the opening lap. Didn't even get, well, has already parked the kart. So we're down to 15 runners and riders in this KZ2 Masters race. 7.5 minutes to go. But the top 2, well, closer together last time around. But Jeroen Bos leading the way comfortably. There was a battle. There's going to be an overtake attempted and was not facilitated. Edgar Oosting battling away with Kevin Delacroix. And Delacroix was looking up the inside. Oosting going through turn 1. Oosting managed to keep it parked on the racing line. And said, well, you can try again. But I will keep it on the racing line as they go through Chemin de Fer. Once again, we're on to lap number 4 with 6 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap still to go. Jeroen Bos is now starting to push the tempo in the number 198 SP Motorsport machine, and has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 53.656. Over 6.5 tenths ahead of Duval, and a new fastest lap from the race leader. A 53.344. Duval is responding, was only 7/100 slower that time around, and the gap has increased to nearly 7.5 tenths. Oosting, Delacroix, and now Berhen are line astern. Oh, moment there for Edgar Oosting coming out of turn number 4, and nearly went off and managed to catch the back end of the Sodi kart, righted the ship, but he's going to possibly lose out on the position there. No, attempt from Delacroix did not pay off. So Delacroix had an opportunity, but this is going to bring in Berhen and Mick Bertram as well in the 1-3-4. So Bertram closing the gaps ever so slightly, coming up to 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Will Delacroix go for the move again through into turn 1? No, not on this particular occasion. He's about half a kart length behind, thought better of it. A bit further down. Oh, Delacroix up the inside. And does Berheni get through? No. So Oosting loses out 5th place to Kevin Delacroix on the Birol Art machine. It's just a case of lining it up. And that is exactly what Kevin Delacroix did. Got through and got the job done. So Oosting gets demoted down to 6th place. Barstein now in 12th, outside of the top 10. Started in P8. We are past the halfway point of the counter, timing down from 10 minutes. And Jeroen Bos comes across the line. That gap is now expanding further still. 1.25 seconds. And another new fastest lap, 53.206. As there is Oosting being passed by Berhen in the number 126. That's for P6 on the road. So the Sodi kart struggling a little bit here in comparison to the other machinery, including CRG and Birol Arts. Now has Mick Bertram not too far behind. Bit of a big old battle for 9th backwards to 11th. Van der Kai, Verhoeven and Koster rounding out the top 11 at the minute. And Jeroen Bos has still got just under 1.1 second advantage over Wesley Duval. As here comes a move up the inside. That was the 122. Niels Koster getting through on Mark Verhoeven, and they are swapping. Oh, that's a crossover and a half and contact. And that is the 122 off the road. Niels Costa went for the crossover move. Verhoeven dived back up the inside through at turn 3, and then that was it. It was contact between the pair, and that's a real shame for the 122, who's going to tumble down the order quite significantly after that incident. Just under 3 minutes to go, and Jeroen Bos has done exactly what he's needed to. Lit up the rear tyres, got the whole shot on the start, has led every single lap so far, and the gap has further expanded because Jeroen Bos has got a new fastest lap in the pocket. 53.143 seconds, and his lead over Wesley de Waal expands to just under 1.25 seconds once again. Thierry Del Rey rounds out the top 3. Glenn van den Hoek, Kevin Delacroix, Nicky Berhen, Edgar Oosting, Mick Bertram, William van der Guy and Bas Steen round out the top 10. Covered by 10.6 seconds. So, are there going to be any possible moves that might happen? Well, I'm just keeping an eye on William van der Guy in the number 104. He is closing on the pair of Mick Bertram in the 134 and the 102 respectively. Jeroen Bos from SB Motorsport doing exactly what has been asked of him. You put it on pole, you need to lead, and you need to set an example of what's going to happen today. And that is precisely what we are seeing. A textbook KZ2 Masters performance by the 198 from SB Motorsport. Goes through turn 5. 1.5 minutes to go, so we're probably going to get a total of another, I'm thinking, well, if we're doing 53 ones, Jeroen Bos, who has got the fastest lap of the race so far. As Berhene closing in on Kevin Delacroix. This is the battle for P5 coming through the penultimate right-hander. And then into the final right-hander going onto the start-finish straight. So Berhene on the CRG might be able to get a little bit of slipstream assistance. Let's see if Berhene has the intestinal fortitude to try and put a move through. Has teed it up nicely, carried the momentum through in turn 1, and up the inside he goes through at turn number 2. Berhene using the curbing, the CRG trying to go a little bit sideways out of turn number 2. After the impact the right side tyres had on the exit, on the inside curbing on that right-hander. So next time around, we'll go on to the penultimate lap of this race. And Jeroen Bos doing an absolute standout performance at the front end. Exactly the best way you want to start a race day, especially when the pressure cooker situation is even more prevalent on one single day. When it's over a course of a weekend, you've got more time to relax and strategize. So, penultimate lap underway. As Berhen gets through on Delacroix and now has 5th in the pocket. For the moment, I might add. So that is a change for P5 for the CRG driver. And followed by Delacroix on the barrel art. And making their way through into Chemin de Fer here at turn 6. So 15 out of 16 drivers look like they will be getting across the line and taking the checkered flag. As Jeroen Bos sees the last lap board and hurtles his way into turn number 1. Gap now 2 seconds. And a new fastest lap as well. 53.083 from Jeroen Bos in the 198. Wesley de Waal. Thierry Del Rey still holding station in P3. Glenn van den Hoek and Nicky Berhen ran at the top 5 ahead of Kevin Delacroix, Edgar Oosting, Mick Bertram, William van der Guy and Bas Steen completing the top 10. But Jeroen Bos coming through Escargot for what is going to be the 12th, well, the 13th and final time. Number 13 can be lucky for some. And for the 198, it's going to be Jeroen Bos out of the final corner, powers over the crest and will win the KZ2 Masters Heat comfortably by a gap of at least 1.6, well, I was going to say nearly 2 seconds there. It's 1.6 at the end of 13 laps of racing. Wesley Duval, Thierry Del Rey, Den Vandenhoek, Nicky Burhen, Kevin Delcroix, Edgar Oosting, Nick Bertram, William van der Gaai and Buzz Steen round out the top 10. Gert Brink, Mark Verhoeven are the drivers that complete the top 12. Waiting for a few more drivers to cross the line. Niels Koster, René Kleven, and last but by certainly no means least, the 142 of Martin Versteeg, with Henk de Jong unfortunately retiring, but Jeroen Bos winning the race. Started from pole, got the whole shot, led every single lap, and even got the Grand Chelem with the fastest lap in the pocket. And he is the winner of the KZ2 Masters Heat here at Mariembourg. Well, that's the end of 7 races for the morning's action here for the second round of the Well, that rounds out the first 7 races of the day. Still 13 to go here at Karting de Fagnes International Raceway in Mariembourg in southern Belgium. Join us just before 25 to 2 p.m. 25 to 2. That's 1:35 p.m. this afternoon, as we continue coverage live for the second round of the RACB Belgian Max Challenge, round 3 of the Chrono Karting Championship, and also the second and final round of the Benefit League for 2024. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back as we get underway with this afternoon's racing action. Up first, it's the Mini and Mini Rookie Pre-Final. Here's the starting grid. Vic van Kampenhout will start from pole position. Well, it does not look like that's the case because in the pre-grid, Van Kampenhout has not moved from his spot, so there could be an open spot on pole position. A real shame for the driver that won the heat a little bit earlier on. Vince van der Hullen due to start on the outside of the front row. Row 2, Jens Timmunen and Gage Moyes, Nikita Lubimov and Zen Lindemann round out row 3 with Jeff Verbeek and AJ Berggraf on row 4 with Lucas Stoddard and Victor Reutz rounding out the top 10. Didi Dadale, Matthias Verbeek and Devrim Yater, James van der Poel and Leon Herbos round out the top 15. Lim Hauger, Ryan Rampadarat and Noah Stehauder round out the top 9 rows ahead of Jesse Munnen and Tristan Abiels. Jara Kivitsbosch, Dejan Habits, Matthias Clever and Jack Dupre round out the 24-strong grid. I have just seen that Van Kampenhout will be starting from the pre-grid, it looks like, so the kart has moved forward. So there would have been a technical issue there for Vic Van Kampenhout, but he will have a little bit, well, he'll have 10 minutes plus an additional lap to try and claw his way up the field as high as possible. So there has to be a space. I've just seen a little bit of a touch between bumpers between Gage Moyes and Vince van der Hullen coming out of turn number 4. So the red lights will be on the gantry and ready to go out at a moment's notice once the race director has given the signal for us to get this afternoon's action underway. And thank you very much for everyone who has put in their comments in the chat as the drivers now make their way through in towards the chicane. Red lights are on the gantry as the revs rise. Lights are out. Drivers now make their way through into turns 1 and 2. And leading the way, it is Jens Timmunen, the 110. Vic van Kampenhout has been released from the dummy grid and is at full throttle accelerating into turn 1. And Nikita Lubimov is now up into second position, followed by Jeff Verbeek. Vince van der Hullen is currently in 4th, chased down by Gage Moyes. Vic van Kampenhout is coming through turn number 4. Well, it's just come through turn 4 and into turn 5 as the leaders make their way through into Escargot for the first time of asking. So we are about to complete the opening lap. And Moonen still leads. Lubimov now goes for the race lead at turn number 1 and takes that position away from the 110. Van der Hullen, in the meantime, looking to get up the inside of Jeff Verbeek and does so through turn number 2, retakes P3. And look at the train, rounded out by the 116 of Zen Lindemann from Power Kart Racing on the Burrelart. That is the top 7, all in competition for the race lead, which invariably will end up being the victory for the driver in the pre-final. So Vic van Kampenhout has already made his way to the back end of the train and is moving forward. Looks like he might be in the top 20 by the end of this second lap at the very, very least. So Lubimov leads, Moonen second, Van der Hullen, Gage Moyes keeping it round the outside through the exit of turn 1, but Lucas Stoddard gets through at turn 2. Is in the chat for Matthias Clever. running at 19th. Vic van Kampenhout now 21st. He's got 7.5 minutes plus that all-important additional lap to try and close on in. The top 7 last time round were covered by 1.2 seconds. Now the top 8 are very much in contention. They were covered by 1.6. They're rounded out by AJ Bergeraff in the 171. But Lyubimov still continues to lead. It's done 7 minutes to go. We're on to lap number 4. New fastest lap by Jens Immonen. Closing in on Lyubimov as they go through turn 2. Looked over the left shoulder to see where Vince van der Hollen was. I thought, right, I better get a move on here. Through into 4 once again. Look at the speed they are carrying through 5. And nigh on identical racing lines taken by the top 3 as they go into turn 6 at Chemin de Fer. Lucas Stolder 4th. Victor Reitz 5th. Zen Lindemann. AJ Bergeraff has now got past Gage Moyes. So Moyes now down to 8th. This is very much a race of where you don't know who's going to win, but whoever does win has been in the hunt all the way through the race. Now, Jens Immonen was in the wheel tracks, following closely behind Nikita Lyubimov. Into turn 1, was only 55 thousandths behind. New fastest lap of the race. Number 124, Vic van Kampenhout, now 19th, 59.842. Just going to keep an eye out. There is, there is Vic van Kampenhout. I just spotted him coming through turn 4. As the leaders are making their way through into Escargot once again. And you can see that the rafters above the cafeteria are fit to bursting point. There are plenty of people that are keenly having an eagle eye on the racing action. As we hit half-time, still a stalemate at the moment, but who's going to pull the trigger first? At the minute, none of the top 3. This is now bringing in Lucas Stolder, Victor Reitz, Zen Lindemann battling away with AJ Bergeraff as Van der Hollen taking a slightly different line through turn number 3 in comparison with Jens Immonen at the front end of the field. Through turn 4, now into the right at 5 at high speed. And looks like Gage Moyes might have just got back through on AJ Bergeraff for 7th place. While the quartet leading the way, Lyubimov, Moonen, Van der Hollen and Stolder. Lap 6 now gets completed. Lyubimov continues to lead. Now Van der Hollen decides this is the moment to strike. Gets through on Jens Immonen at turn 1. Easy as you do. Lyubimov has to just keep calm. Don't panic. Don't over-rotate the car. Don't over-compromise on steering. Let the brakes and the throttle be your friend. But also the biggest thing is, Van der Hollen's got a good friend in his own right, Slipstream. And that could be very, very pertinent coming out of the last right-hander on the circuit as they go through Escargot once again. Van Kampenhout now up to 18th. So once he got released after the race, the lights went out, and he put it on pole position after winning the heat earlier on. That was a real shame for Vic van Kampenhout. Just one thing happens, and now, it's gotten feisty at the front end of the field. Clash of sidewalls between Lyubimov and Van der Hollen, and now the floodgates could potentially open. Lyubimov back through for the race lead. Van der Halen saying, right, enough of this. I need that race lead. But then there's three other drivers that want in on this. Moonen, Stordeur and Reitz now joining the back of the train. They were covered by 7 tenths. Oh, Victor Reitz was looking through the exit of Chemin de Fer on Lucas Stordeur for 4th. And Stordeur covered it off rather nicely, despite having made a little bit of a howler, a little bit of a mistake. Right, there is a 5-second time penalty for a jump start, and that has gone to the driver in 3rd. Jenthe Moonen now has a 5-second jump start penalty. And that will put the 1-1-0 way down the order. So that'll put Jenthe Moonen 10th on the road. We've still got 1 minute and 40 to go. Vic van Kampenhout now 15th. And still has the fastest lap time of this race. 59.492. Oh, the next quickest driver after that was Victor Reitz. Oh, dearie me. That is not what you want happening out of Chemin de Fer coming out of turn number 6. It was side by side between Moonen, who went aggressive on Victor Reitz, and Reitz ended up off the circuit. I'm not too sure what race direction or race control might have to say about that one, because they will be looking at it. But the race lead being contested as Zen Lindemann going toe-to-toe with Victor Reitz. They're split by next to nothing. The two at the front end of the field are split by next to nothing. 67,000 separating Lubimov and Van der Halen. And Victor Reitz and Zen Lindemann covered by less than 1/10. Vic van Kampenhout now is in 12th. And I think he's just got 11th off of James van der Poel, possibly. So a stalwart comeback from the 1-2-4. But next, now, will we go on to the last lap this time around in the Mini and the Mini Rookie Pre-Final? Well, 8 seconds. I think we're going to have the last lap board out this time. It is being prepped. Yes, we are. Last lap of the Mini and Mini Rookie Pre-Final underway. Van der Halen's got to time this to perfection. Lubimov's got to put the kart in the right place, right time. And it's the here and now that's going to decide this. And you can see Lubimov taking quick glances over shoulders. And another one over the right shoulder. Now the sense of urgency is creeping in, not just with Nikita Lubimov, but with Vince van der Halen into Chemin de Fer. Moonen's going up the inside of Stordeur. And that is, that's nearly a repeat of what we saw just a moment ago. Into Escargot for the final time. They exit out of it. 2 more right-handers, then a blast down the main straightaway. Frantic activity over 5th. Vic van Kampenhout is in 10th, but it's going to be the run to the line. Who's going to win the pre-final? He could hang on. It's going to be a run to the line. It's side by side. Who's going to take it? I think it's Lubimov. Lubimov by 16 thousandths takes the win after defending like a madman. For the best part of nearly 11 laps, Nikita Lubimov from Estonia wins the Mini and Mini Rookie Pre-Final. After 11 laps, it came down to a drag race to the line. 16 thousandths ahead of Vince van der Halen after 11 laps. That's a great way to end a race. Lucas Stordeur 3rd, Jenthe Moonen 4th for the meantime. That will drop the Belgian driver down to 9th. So Lucas Stordeur, Victor Reitz, Gage Moyes, AJ Berggraff and Zen Lindemann all get move, as well as, actually, Jeff Verbeek. They all will round out the top 8. Moonen will drop to 9th, Van Kampenhout last to 10th, and with the fastest lap of the race as well. The last 4 laps, he was on a mission. Mid to low 59s, brilliant stuff. Devrim Yates, James van der Poel, Didi Dardale, Liam Hauger, and Matthias Verreken round out the top 15. Jesse Moonen, younger sibling to Jenthe, wins in Mini Rookie ahead of Ryan Rampadarath. Leon Herbos, Noah Stayhouder, Tristan Abeels. They ran out the top 20 ahead of Jara Kivitsbosch, Dayan Habits, Matthias Clever, and Jack Dupre. So let's take you through the starting grid for the third and final heat for senior Rotax. Groups A and B. Jaden Teen and Quick Knoren will be on the front row of the grid. Enzo van den Dickenberg and Benjamin van Hees will line up on row number 2. Siem van Vliet and Ruben Verheyen round out row 3. Row 4 completed by Flynn Fitters and Scott Westovens with the 326 of Neil Hendricks and the 365 of Jori Schoens rounding out the top 10. Lawrence Herboz, Robbie Sauder, Boluet, Gaz Tobin and Jord van Wijk will complete the top 15 ahead of Freddie Ingram, Mitch Haynett, Sebastian Koch, Bram Plomp and Tommy van der Sloys rounding out the top 20. Completing the 32 strong grid, Wesley Eckhart, Puck Gubbles, Vincent van Kouwkoppen, Max Costa, Nick Kirsten, Sven Slagmolen, Martin Geiskens, Martin Herrera, Niels Österand, Giorgio Markenstein, Dante Simmer and Lex Quintens round out the 32 strong 16-row grid. So once the result of this one has been officially ratified and confirmed, we'll then have our top 30 going through to the final at 5:35 p.m. Today. However, the 18 that don't make it through will battle for the final 6 places on the grid for the second chance, which will take place at 3:35 p.m. local time this afternoon. So for this and also for the senior second chance, it's 7 minutes plus an additional lap. The drivers will now get into formation. Now Vic Stevens has had 1 win so far. And finished in the top 3 last time out. Jaden Teen, if he leads across the line, when the checkered flag falls, he will be our pole sitter for the top 36 final, which will close out 20 races here at Mariembourg for the second round of the Belgian Max Challenge. As the lights are on the gantry, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, we're underway. Jaden Teen instantly swept to the left-hand side, and I think caught out Quick Knoren unawares there. There was a little bit of side-by-side contact between the pair of them. Dickenberg now up into P2 with Van Vliet not too far behind, 3 wide behind, coming out of turn number 3 as they all make it through out of turn 3 so far. Turn 4 could be a little bit messy. No, they make it through. Oh, thank goodness for that. I thought I might have needed a jump start on the old ticker in the chest. That was very, very close indeed. It was 2-3 wide, and they all managed to scrabble their way through, kicking and screaming. But look at the lead Jaden Teen has already got. After the opening lap, Jaden Teen leads second. It's now Van Vliet as Dickenberg. Oh, they've tangled! Van Vliet and Dickenberg off the circuit coming out of the exit at turn number 1. Oh, it was going to come to dramas, and all that hard work that both drivers did in their opening heat has just been quickly and unceremoniously undone on the opening corner of the second lap of the race. Van Vliet looked for the move up the inside. Dickenberg tried to get the crossover. They tangled wheels and they went off, and Van Vliet was pointing the other direction. Oh, dearie me, not exactly how you want that one to pan out, but that's what it means. These drivers, they are battling to get into that top 30. They do not want to have to go through another race to get through into the top 36. As there are some overtakes happening to a little bit further back. Jaden Teen looks over his right shoulder and said, oh, hang on a second. Looks like something happened behind me, it seems. Yeah, because Quick Knoren is now second. Oh, and another big moment. Robbie Sauder over the back of Benjamin Van Hees. And that's another big incident. And it's the front runners within the top 5 again in 2 respective laps. I cannot believe that. And someone going for a bit of a dive bomb effect. Oh, Boluet. You need to calm that down a little bit, Sunshine. Went from dive bomb up the inside through into Chemin de Fer on Thomas on I think it was Ruben Verheyen. And there's this is, I said earlier on about sign of urgency and sign of desperation. Signs of desperation, but there's a sense of urgency. Freddie Ingram now makes up another place. Again, Fast Freddie showcasing it doesn't necessarily mean it's the end of the world. If it's a bad qualifying, I'll push. And he's just got through on Miel Hendricks. And that's now fifth. Well, that just goes to show. And next up in front of him, Boulouet. Now, could the unthinkable happen? Because Freddie Ingram was only 3.5 seconds behind Jaden Teen. Fastest lap of the race is Robbie Stauder, 55.165. And then you look at the other lap that's just happened, and then you see why there's a big differential. Well, Jaden Teen has got a lead now of 2.1 seconds over Crick Lauren. Ruben Verheyen having to battle with Boulouet. Freddie Ingram's got a little bit of air between himself and 3-2-4, but he's also got behind him Lawrence Herbos and Miel Hendricks. Oh, as Louet again up the inside of Ruben Verheyen. This is playing nicely into the hands of Freddie Ingram. Great move up the inside through turn number 4 by the 396. Well, I think there is a possibility that Freddie Ingram could be second by the checkered. As there's side by side, Mitch Haynett gets through. And that was on Miel Hendricks, but Freddie Ingram, well, that is a dynamite performance. Won't catch Jaden Teen, though. He's on another level at the minute. Here's the 359. He's crossed the stripe, and his lead over Crick Norton, 2.2 seconds. Boulouet third. Freddie Ingram fourth. Ruben Verheyen. Lawrence Herbos, as that's going to be a move by Lawrence Herbos on Ruben Verheyen, gets through, and that is a change for fifth. Now, Ingram is has got the blinkers on. He's got the racehorse blinkers on. Freddie Ingram's next target is Boulouet. Boulouet can actually do keepy uppy. You know, he's got some football skills as that boy. Saw that when he was mucking around with Sebastian Koch in the paddock yesterday evening. And Sebastian's dad Michael said, "Don't spill my beer, whatever you do." He said that to Bo directly. But we've still got a minute and a half left to go, plus an additional lap. That third place is looking even more tantalising for Freddie Ingram right now. Has been a change a little bit further back. So, let's see which number that was. Well, Jort van Wyk has been passed by, I think it was Miel Hendricks. Because now Freddie Ingram's within striking distance of Boulouet. Looking this battle here, there's the 365 Yuri Schoens, just behind Sebastian Koch in the number 394. Van der Stroy's up 8 places from 20th now, currently P12. We are going to go on to our penultimate lap. Jaden Teen has a comfortable lead again, 2.3 seconds at a quick corner. Boulouet, Freddie Ingram, Lawrence Herbos. They ran at the top 5 as Herbos is right with Ingram. As great move there on the 326 of Miel Hendricks. Sebastian Koch has got through at turn 3. Great anticipation. As, it's getting a bit close for comfort there. For, I think that was Yuri Schoens who got through. There's Van der Stroy, and while the trio in front of him have been battling, he's just like gone, oh yeah, loving this. Jort van Wyk has the fastest lap of the race, but Jaden Teen will start the last lap of the heat stages for senior Rotax. His lead over Crick Norton. Oh, and there's a bit of a defence there from Freddie Ingram. on Lawrence Herbeau's. Ingram trying to hold on for fourth. Goes defensive into turn number 2. I don't think Lawrence Herbeau's is quite done yet. Into turn 3. Can the 398 get the crossover? Yes, he can. He's going to try and thread the eye of the needle, but he can't get through. Ingram puts it, parks it on the racing line and says, no sunshine, I'm not giving up fourth. Incredible defence there from Freddie Ingram. Had the presence of mind in the savoir-faire to just go, right, I'm going to plant it on the racing line and see how he responds. And got exactly the response he needed. However, there's been one person who's been top of the class so far over the course this weekend. 2 wins in 2 heats puts Jaden Teen on pole position for the top 36 final later on this afternoon. Winning by 3.3 seconds. Ahead of Krit Kloren. Boloet rounds out the top 3. Freddie Ingram up 12 places to finish 4th, whilst also keeping Lawrence Herbeau's at bay big time. Herbeau's rounds out the top 5, ahead of Mitch Haynert, Jort van Wijk, Ruben Verheyen, Sebastian Koch making up 9 places from 18th. Not too shabby there, Sebastian. Up to 9th, Jori Schoens finishes 10th, ahead of Tommy van der Stroys, Miel Hendricks, Glenn Fitters, Robbie Stoddard, Vincent van Kouwhoffen, Wout Kirstens, Bram Plomp, Martin Geeskens, Scott Westhovens, Puck Gubbles, Dante Sima, Kaz Dobben, Wesley Eckhart, and then we've got Max Costa, Lex Quintens, Sven Slagmoller, Martin Herrera, Enzo Dickenberg, unfortunately down to 28th by the end of the race. Minas Sjöstrand and Sian Van Vliet also rounding out the 30-strong order. And we lost on that too, Benjamin Van Hees and Giorgio Markenstein.
la boîte, elle est rectangulaire comme ça, avec deux petites parties. Elle est pas trop épaisse comme ça. Mais il y a, c'est pas la course passée, mais la course avant, on avait utilisé. Thierry me parle d'une segment qui est en haut.
So let's take a look at the grid for the pre-final for juniors. We've got Days van Wijk and Boris Maximov on the front row. Thomas Verheyen and Rocco Kerr are on row 2, followed by Bram van der Weken and Evert Dorrestein. Adam Wieder joined by Lieke van Berkel on row 4, with Max Sederski and Lars Lambers rounding out the top 10. Levi Dries and Bodine Blankenberg round out row 6, ahead of Jim Buck and Alexander Van Meeuwen. Luca Van Leer and Nicholas Nys round out the top 16, ahead of Jort van Ekelen, Nicolas Machon, Henry Melchior, and Tristan Chase completing the top 20. Now, there is rain falling, and it's opened up the heavens. That's coming down significantly, I think. Yeah, absolute torrent. There's a downpour on the start-finish straight. The rain has come at the worst time at this moment. Now, we are going to see what happens. Yeah, that has just... Yeah, I can actually hear it hitting the roof on the building that I'm in at the moment, and people are going to start running for cover. And I'm wondering, red flag, great as always, great decision by our race director, great decision. Red flag has been issued, so the junior pre-final will not go ahead as planned. So red flag has been issued. Drivers are now being instructed to go to the pit lane. So we will now have a flurry of activity as drivers were spinning off. So there will be a delay because of the change in significant weather conditions here at Mariembourg. So junior pre-final under red flag stoppage before we'd even gotten started. Well, we now go back on track, and we're going to go through the complete grid as quickly as possible because we have got the junior pre-final now back underway after the red flag during about 10 or so minutes ago. So starting from pole position for the pre-final for junior Rotax, Daes van Wyk and Boris Maximov will be on the front row. Thomas Verheyen and Rocco Keur on row 2. Bram van der Weken will be joined by Evert Dorrestein on row 3 with Adam Vida. Lieke van Berkel, Max Swiderski and Lars Lambers running out the top 10. Levi Dries, Bodien Blankenberg, Jim Buck, Alexander van Meeuwen, Luca van Lier, Niklas Nijs, Jod van Ekelen, Nicolas Machon, Henry Melchior and Tristan Shays ran at the top 20, completing the 28 strong. Is Ryan Kivitsbosch, Luden Engelsman, Vic Corporal, Temo Koopmans, Dave Stevens, Jake Menton, Vince Dries and Fabian Roodman with Temo Koopmans might not have made it onto the starting grid or the start. Hasn't broken the timing beam, but we go on to the formation lap. Of course, the delay was due to the significant shift in weather conditions. The heavens opened and it pelted down from up above with heavy rain. So our race director called a red flag before we even got them going. And Void de Jonge saying, "Time to shine, boys." Hashtag Boivin. Cheering on Boris Maximov on the front row. Good afternoon, Jen Wade, as always, watching very, very patiently with the streams. A good friend within the Rotax family. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry here at Karting in Mariembourg in Belgium. And about a 25-minute drive from the French border. Right, drivers are lined up in the customary 2x2 rolling start formation. There are a few stragglers at the back end of the field. So revs rise, lights are on. The start has been given the green light to go racing as, oh dearie me, that is going to be 2 off and into the barriers, one of which is the 266 Evert Dorrestein, collected as someone else was spinning around. Just goes to show how quickly things can turn on a sixpence and also turn on wet traffic, wet tarmac, as drivers are going to be using different racing lines. Evert Dorrestein has got the kart back onto the circuit, tries to fire up the engine. Just trying to look like it was the 228. Rocco Keur was the other driver involved in that incident as the field makes its way through into Escargot for the first time. A real shame for Evert Dorrestein. You know, he'd gotten up to P5, having started 6th, but you can see that drivers are using the curb and trying to make sure they get through, and different racing lines being used. Oh, and the 2 coming through, shot out of the penultimate right-hander were literally wheel to wheel. So Van Wyk leads, Verheyen 2nd, Lambers 3rd, Van der Weken and Swiderski round out the top 5. Look at the differing racing lines that are being used. Well, no surprise at all. Dave Stevens has made up 15 places at least on this opening lap. Could go for a bog off, a buy one, get one free. Gets 1 place, not quite 2. Temo Koopmans non-starting this race, but there is Van Wyk, the race leader, Verheyen, and Lambers just coming through into Chemin de Fer. And Jen, thank you Jen for the lovely WhatsApp. Enjoying the racing and coverage here in downtown Austria, matey. Oh, g'day, as they say, Jen. But yeah, again, it's, oh, we've got blue flag situation coming in. So, well, Jot van Ekelen has dropped down to 27th. Actually, hasn't made it past sector number 3 yet. So, Eva Dorrestein, a difficult pill to swallow for for her after that unfortunate incident. So, it is a cat and mouse game. Oh, dearie me, Tay Stevens narrowly avoids, and I mean that sincerely, narrowly avoids. Well, he has a little bit of contact. Oh, and again, you can just see they're trying to. The problem is, in these weather conditions, when you've got wet weather tyres, and you've got you pretty much, you can't do anything apart from change your tyres. That kart will be on a dry setup. It will be uncooperative. It will be uncooperative. It won't want to work in harmony. As now we see Dave Stevens up the inside at Chemin de Fer. So again, it's just one of those things where one wrong move by somebody can cause dramas for somebody else, and that is very much the case when this happens, when this kind of situation happens. So there's going to be a lot of tinkering in some of the awnings that we've got here. So coming up to 6 minutes of this race plus an additional lap still to go, as Tay Stevens gets past on Alexander Van Meeuwen in the 227, who says, come on, just look, hang on a second, we've got to get going. And then that is, I think that's Luca Van Leer. Yeah, that is Luca Van Leer just behind. Adam Vida for the Kartstall Benelux team rounds out the top 10, being followed by Levi Dries. Yellow flags at turn 4. Oh, and someone's had a big old off and is having to wait, and is going to drop down the order. Well, that just goes to show that you make a mistake, there's the blue flag situation, someone else is staying off the racing line on the run through into Escargot. So, and there are attempts of overtakes being done. One has just been completed. I think that was from Adam Vida. We might have just gone through. We might have another couple of drivers possibly having an issue. I'm not sure. Just waiting for everything to... The timing is having to catch up with everything, so it does happen. No, Adam Vida did not get past Alexander Van Meeuwen. It was Luca Van Leer. Adam Vida just ahead of Levi Dries. Lars Lammers up 7 places. Max Sadowski in 4th, up 5. Dave Stevens, 18 places gained from 25th, now runs in P7. 4.5 minutes to go. As there are a couple of drivers I'm seeing that have dropped down the order. So there has been a pass on Adam Vida. That was by Levi Dries, who's just gone on to just hit the curbing on the exit of Chemin de Fer. The back end stepped out to the right hand side of setting. Hello, remember me? I'm controlled by your throttle application. Rocco Kerr down 16 places. Lieke van Berkel down 14 places. Bodine Blankenberg down 14 places. And looks like Eva Dorrestein has ended up becoming a DNF, according to the live timing I see in front of me. So the 266, great race one. Well, great heat. Pre-final, it's going to be a case of I don't want to talk to anybody about it. That's the first thing that a driver will do. If there's been an incident where they've just gone like, just don't, just leave me alone. It just goes to show that that can happen in racing. But Thijs van Wijk has the fastest lap of the race. 2 laps ago on lap 3, 1 minute 13.451. So Dave Stevens has got the most positions gained so far. One of the things about wet weather racing, now I haven't I've not been a competitive driver. My life has been pretty much been watching by the sidelines and of course now being able to commentate on racing. I have all the admiration in the world, but it's just, you've got to look at how physically tired will all these drivers be after 11 minutes plus 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Then having all the pressure when it comes to red flag stoppage, change of weather conditions, get it back to the pits, put the tyres on and get sent out there and see how it all transpires. It's just so difficult to, in some respects, comprehend. But we still do have some battles up for grabs. Boris Maximov, who was on the outside of the front row, has now got Dave Stevens. Dirk Rieskens, thank you very much for that little shout out for. Lars Lambers, currently in P3 from 10th on the grid. We've got 1 minute and 35 plus an additional lap still to go. So we'll only get let's have a look. Lap time's 1:13. Oh, I think we might be in for another three more laps because Thijs van Wijk, who now has a country mile lead as Thomas van Heyen crosses the stripe, 8.3 seconds behind. Lars Lambers is closing in about 4.1 seconds off. Overtake on the back marker being done through into turn number 1. Alexander Van Meeuwen has dropped out of the top 10. So who was that there? That is the 249 Nuden Engelsman. Just trying to keep out of the way. Oh, dearie me. You've just got to be very careful. And so Den Engelsman stays out of the way on that one. There are actually a couple of drivers who are a couple of laps down, to be fair. It's about making the best of a tricky situation, and that's very much the case. So 2 laps to go. Thijs van Wijk leading the way. No wetsuits. So that Tony Kart race suit is going to be hopefully for Thijs it's not going to be completely soaked and saturated. That's not one thing you want. Then it'll be a case of, okay, I braved it out. So we have a time penalty. Bodine Blankenberg gets hit with a 10-second time penalty for pushing. That has been decided through race control. I have multiple cameras with which to view the racing action out on circuit. So this time around, we will have the last lap board coming out, and Thijs van Wijk started from pole position, has been very much top, head and shoulders ahead of everybody else, and that has very clearly shown. Expect the gap to be close to 11 seconds by the end of the race. Last lap underway, Van Wijk dealing with chronic understeer, trying to rotate the cart through turns 1 and 2. It's just about calmly getting things done. 10.5 seconds is the lead for the 246 running with Bouvin. Top 8 covered by 23 seconds. Into Chemin de Fer for the final time here on lap 10. Thijs van Wijk has absolutely done a number on everybody else. Whilst a few lost their heads, he didn't lose his. Kept it nice and calm and cool and collected. Out of Escargot for the final time. It's just going to be calm and cool as you like. As Van Wijk now will go through into the final right-hander. And it's going to be the power up the hill and across the line. And the winner of the Junior Rotax Pre-Final, Thijs van Wijk, takes the checkered and wins by an absolute country mile. Could have been over the border in France by now, I think. Thomas Verheyen will take second and has yet to crossed the line now. Lars Lambers rounds out third, Max Swiderski fourth, fifth, Thijs Stevens from 25th on the grid. Last ever season, if I remember correctly, from Thijs Stevens in juniors, and will move to seniors next year. Bran van der Weken and Boris Maximov ran at the top 7 ahead of Luca van Deer. Levi Dries, Jake Menton, Aaron Vida, they ran at the top 11 ahead of Fabian Rurban. Tristan Shays, Alexander van Meeuwen and Jim Back completing the top 15. Rick Kopperal and Rocco Kerr round out the top 17 positions, with Lieke van Berkel in 18th, 19th Nicolas Machon, 20th is Vince Dries. Nicholas Nyes rounds out 21st, waiting for the last few finishes to come across the line. Right, Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch 24th, Bodin Blankenberg 22nd, Henry Melchior 23rd. So Bodin Blankenberg is going to be a little bit, well, he's going to be 23rd at the end of it. Jort van Egelen, Noord den Engelsman are the last of the classified finishers, with Evert Dorrestein out after the early incident on lap 1 through turn 1, and Temel Koopmans a non-finisher, a non-starter, sorry. Time for the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here's your starting grid. Pole position goes the way of Nicolas Guillaume in the 444. Alongside on the front row will be the 421 of Imke Arts. Axel goes and the 455 and the 440 of Yuri Clairbeau will line up on row 2. Sam Knopjes and the winner for the DD2 Masters in the heat, the 555 of the legend that is Mr. Christoph Adams. Jesse Spahns in the 418 will be joined by DD2 Masters veteran Karl Clairbeau on row 4 in the 540. Luca Neuenhausen And Wim Boulot will round out the top 10. Dominic Hummels, Niels Böhler, Rick van der Stad, Izan Kielstra, and Marit Vassod round out the top 15. Completing the 21-strong grid are Bas van Vlimmeren, Ronan Lesaur, Christophe Lesaur, Tom van Weert, Douglas Knoll, and Jan de Brandt. Brandt's got a point to prove after what happened in the heat earlier on, after unfortunate contact. We saw his rear bumper go flying skyward after contact coming through out of turn number 1, and then ending up straight on off of turn 2 and out. So the formation lap is now officially underway, ahead of another 10-minute plus an additional lap race. The finals will take place over 10 minutes plus an additional lap for Mini and Mini Rookie. All other classes will take place over 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Local time now, 2:50 p.m, so around about just under 15 minutes behind schedule, obviously with the red flag earlier. So we are waiting for the... So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. You can see that there's over 240 people watching the stream at the moment. So thank you very much for joining us. So I say that dips under 240. Fate of circumstance, not commentator's curse, I'm afraid. Oh, and we have had one of the drivers go around, must be Sam Knopfius, but manages to get back into position as the other drivers let him through. Well, they do like to keep us waiting, don't they? The DD2 and the DD2 Masters drivers. There's always a psychological game in this two-speed gearbox class. But Guillaume and Arts on the front row. And they are absolutely at a snail's pace round about now. But, as they say, it is the calm before the storm. So, we now head into the tram lines. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Lights are out. We are underway. Well, Imke Art's not getting the best getaway at all, and there's a spinner coming off of... Now, that was Cole Clebault off at turn 1 backwards, and he kept it out of the barriers. Oh, Imke Art's had a dreadful start, and Cole Clebault found himself spinning around backwards. And Imke Arts is out of the top 5. Things are getting a bit tetchy out there in terms of grip underneath the 4 contact patches, more commonly known as tyres. Carl Clebault found that out the hard way. And even him, someone of his experience and the amount of championships that he's won for both BNL and also a previous BMC champion, that even he can get it wrong sometimes. It's like driving on sheet ice if you're on parts of the circuit where there is standing water. You aquaplane off, you hit the brakes, and then there's someone getting a really, really good run coming out of the final right-hander. Nicolas Guillaume leads the way. Second, it's Axel Goes, 1.3 seconds adrift. And it's Christophe Adams. It was Christophe Adams that was you know what? He's still got some tricks in the book as Christophe. He's called time on his Grand Finals career, but wherever he enjoys going racing, he will go there and have fun. So there's Sam Knopfius battling away with Jordi Clebault, and they're nearly bumper to bumper. They've got Luca Neuenhausen not too far behind as Clebault spins through turn 4 right on the racing line. Oh dear, Jordi, where did it all go wrong? I think he might have been a little bit too heavy on the right-hand side pedal. And now, Luca Neuenhausen, representing the brand racing colours, of course, Danny Brandt. Now, these days, based in the Emirates, but also on the odd occasion when Tony Hogg decides to come over to continental Europe to race. They're both like, they're thick as thieves. They're brothers in arms, those two. But good people to know. But Guillaume is going to try and expand that gap. New fastest lap by the race leader, and an extension on the gap to 1.8 seconds. Christoph Adams is third and leading Masters. Neuenhausen ahead of Knopfjes. Jordi Clerbault has got Dominic Hummels on his case. Now, for those looking at home, have you noticed the differential in the lighting? Not the lightning, the lighting of the circuit at certain points. Going through into turns 1, 2 and 3, it is a lot darker than some of the rest of the circuit because there are significantly greyer clouds around that part. So Marit Fassot, well, she's done a very good job as Marit, up 7 places from 15th and is currently running P8 overall, but P6 in max DD2. Rick van der Straat also up 4 places from 13th on the grid, and now currently is 9th ahead of Imke Arts. And there are the 2 drivers. Oh, Marit's just lost it coming out of Escargot. The 441 manages to turn it back the other way. So that will be Van der Straat through, and Fassot down to 9th. And again, just with 6 minutes to go, it's like treading on eggshells at the minute. You don't know where to. Sometimes you don't know where the grip is until you absolutely find it. When you do find it, you find that sweet spot. You find that place where it's like, yeah, this is going to be good. As I've just seen, coming out of turn number 3, Jordi Clerbault has just got past Sam Knopfjes. So Wim Leroux and Christophe Lessor have tumbled to 17th and 18th in the running order. Ton van Weert has dropped down to 20th. Again, it's just about trying to do what you can. I think that was Kian de Brandt I've just seen in the 458. Now up 5 places from last on the grid. Still has a rear bumper attached. As yeah, there are some of the drivers that are just struggling out there. Oh, and we've had an off. That was the 509. Christophe Lessor. Now, where was that? That was turn 3. Has just gone off and managed to get the kart back onto the circuit. A couple of drivers, which includes, so that is now, yeah, that is Christophe Lessor. And who's in front? I think it might be the 552 Bas van Vlimmeren, who's also struggling a little bit. So there is the 441 of Marie Fassot closing in. I think that's, now who is that in front? That looks to be Dominic Hummels, if I'm very much mistaken. I think I just, looks to be, no, it's the 422, Lisanne Kielstra. So, yeah, so Marit has now dropped to 10th place. I remember being at Circuit Park Berchem for round 2 of chrono karting, where Lisanne was actually involved in a very, very big incident for DD2, but walked up, got away, came back, and went racing again. So that's one very gutsy young individual. But also a very smiling, happy-go-lucky person. Blue flags now being waved at drivers coming out of turn number 3. Still got 3 minutes and 25 seconds plus an additional lap to go. So, running order at the moment is Nicolas Guillaume, who also has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 12.547, 3.2 seconds ahead of Axel Goes. Christoph Adams. Oh, Now this is getting interesting. Christoph Adams is faster at the moment than Axel Goes. I never thought I'd say that in the same sentence, but the weather can be a great equaliser, can't it? And Christoph Adams last time around did a 1 minute 12.886, personal best. And then Axel Goes 1 minute 13.171, so was nearly 0.3 of a second slower. There's Imke Arts, who just has so much steering wheel correction that Imke's having to do at the moment and is struggling. She's currently 12th at the moment, ahead of Jessie Spans, not too far behind. Well, it's either Jessie Spans or, oh dear, we've got an off. That is Zem Knopjes out of the race. And that now, where is that? That is coming out of Escargot, I believe. It is. Marshall running to the cart to get it out of the way. So Zem Knopjes out of the race on lap number 7, I'm afraid. Real shame. So whether Sem was running with a technical problem, and there is the race leader about to put a lap on him. So Guillaume in the 444. SB Motorsport entry. Now comes through out of Escargot. Back end steps out a little bit as he applies the power. You know, it's like controlled drift. It's like, yep, throttle and lift off. You know, going through a corner and then gently modulate, keep the cart going around. So Guillaume has another new fastest lap. Well, another new fastest lap. Okay. 1 minute 12.324. Axel Goes. Oh, dearie me. Now, Guillaume's got back marker in front. Now, who is he just passed? That is 458, Kien de Brandt. So that's up to 15th. He's put a lap down on, put a lap on. And there are second and third. Oh dear. Axel Goes, you better get past Kien de Brandt very, very quickly, because you give Christoph Adams an opportunity, he will fully exploit that. 100%. That's just the way he works. I've myself and a lot of the people within, not just the Benelux region, but also through the Rotax racing family, have known Christoph for many a year. And one of the biggest characters, if not the biggest character within the Rotax racing family. But Guillaume is now out of the final corner. Across the line he will go. Does the 444 for SP Motorsport. And what's the gap between him and Axel Goes? Just under 2.9 seconds. You know what, Christoph Adams, well played, sir, well played. P3, Luca Neuenhausen, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.708. As we are on to the penultimate lap of this race. Next time around, there is Guillaume, our race leader. He will head over into turn 4. It's been a sterling drive by this young man. And with the nickname Uno Mas, all I'm going to say is Ibiza, school trip, Maxim Drix, you know the other side of the story as well. But it's a nickname that has stuck with this individual and might do so right the way through his racing career. And he's going to see the last lap board this time. Now they're starting to weave off of the traditional racing mode. It's starting to dry out now. And try and call the W5s. So last lap board out for Nicolas Guillaume in the 444. Through into turn number 1 here on lap number 10. Gap between him and Axel Goes is now 2.5 seconds. Luca Neuenhausen, 1 minute 10.9. We are now getting into that window where the wet weather tyres have been doing their job. Plus also the fact that there is an evolution. See that dry line that's starting to show? What is that doing? That is overheating the W5 Mojo tyres, which could be an absolute wreck by the end of this race. That depends on, obviously, trying not to take too much out of them too early. But out of the final right-hander, it's going to be the run to the line, and it's been pretty straightforward. Nicolas Guillaume wins the heat, and now wins the pre-final. Winning it by 2.3 seconds ahead of Axel Goes. Félicitations, Christophe Adams. Monsieur Le Casanova, who finishes third in the overall race, but also picks up the win in Masters. Luca Neuenhausen, fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and have been doing that for the last three, takes fourth. Yori Klebo, despite a little spinneroonie at turn number 4, earlier on in the race, he recovers to finish in 5th ahead of Rick van der Slaat, who moved up 7 places from 13th to finish P6. Dominic Hummels, second in DD2 Masters, ahead of, should be Carl Klebo. Oh no, Carl Klebo got past Dominic Hummels and takes second in Masters in 7th place. Hummels, third in Masters, 8th overall. Lisanne Kielster up 5 places from 14th to 9th. Just waiting for a few more drivers to cross the line. And a top 10 finish for Marit Vassot. Jesse Spans takes 11th head of Bas van Vlimmeren. Imke Arts, what a race to forget for the 421. Started on the outside of the front row, finishes 13th head of Ronan Lasso. Kian de Brandt, Wim Hulot, Niels Böhler, Christophe Lasso, Paul van Weert and Douglas Knoll rounding out the 20 finishers. And unfortunately on lap 5, we lost the 420 of Sem Knopfjes. So let's get underway with the grid for the pre-final for KZ2. On pole position, it's going to be Dion van Verven. Alongside will be Jens Streur on the front row. Enzo Bol and Gil Mertens round out row 2 with Daniel Tenbach, Dirk van Silfhout, Jeffrey Fixer, Quinn Winkel, Tom Cypers and Lucas Thompson running at the top 10. Renzo Alibax, Bart Plug, Dan Zopfi, Tim Verelst, Jimmy Devine, Kevin Stehauer, Rick Mewers, Bodo Winter, Irvin Call due to start 19th, but has not broken the timing beam with Fahin Mega and Hendrik Jan Toyens rounding out the grid. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap for our KZ2 drivers. We'll then have the pre-final for KZ2 Masters before we go on to the final short blast in seniors before we head into the finals. That will be the senior Rotax second chance. Drivers now on their formation lap, ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Of course, track still evolving. So drivers will be in wetsuits with rain tyres on their karts. It's going to be the person that makes the best of the current situation. Of course, if anyone might remember, Enzo Bol bogged down at the start and got swallowed up by the chasing pack. Nevertheless, he managed to regroup, reassert himself, and then push forwards. So running about 15 minutes behind schedule. So things are being turned around very, very quickly. A big thank you to the team behind the scenes for making that happen. It's always a wonderful sight to see when I see the viewing area just above the gallery, where people are just sort of they've gone up the stairs, gone on the rafters and gone, right, we're going to have a look from here. Plus also a good thing is they've got shelter up above, depending on which way the wind is blowing and which way that is then affecting the weather that might be there at that point. But the drivers now will start to make their way onto the start-finish line. Dion van Verven pulls into his grid position. And it's an all-CRG front row. Jens Streur alongside Enzo Bol and Gil Mertens. Row 2, row 3. Daniel Tenbach and Doug van Silfhout as they are all forming up with Fixer, Winkel, Cyprus and Thompson. Your top 10. Flag marshal moves away from the front of the field. The 4 red lights start to ignite. Red lights are on. Red lights are out. We're underway. Great hole shot for Jens Streur, who fires it past Dion van Verven round the outside of turn number 1. 3 wide just outside of the top 10. Everyone jockeying for position. As now van Verven tries to go on the offensive to try and get past Jens Streur on the 242. Yellow flags as we've got dramas coming out of 3. That was quickly retracted as Enzo Bol trying to frantically get his way past Dion van Verven and gets through at Chemin de Fer. That opens the door big time. Big time for those behind. And there is a Maranello chassis I spot. Maybe Jeffrey Fixer's got a wriggle on and has managed to get something out of that kart. Let's see, as they come out of Escargot, Van Verven has been dropped like a bad habit by Enzo Bol. A couple of drivers going wide and some touching the wheels on the grass. I think that is Jeffrey Fixer, who's made his way up to 4th and is going to start chasing Dion van Verven. That is the case. Fixer has got a good amount of pace. Van Silfhout in 5th. But look at the pace that has been unlocked by the rocket that is Jens Troyer. 2.1 seconds up the road after the opening lap. And he's ahead of Enzo Bol. Jeffrey Fixer up the inside, dives through on Dion van Verven. Does he get the move done for third place by T5? That's the case. He's got the job done as Jeffrey Fixer. Great work there, but now Van Verven goes deep into Chemin de Fer. And it gives Van Silthout the opportunity to get through. Someone gets compromised out of Chemin de Fer, going through into the next left-hander. But, oh, we've got a yellow flag, and that's at Escargot. So someone's had a drama, and they are all squabbling for real estate. I think it was the 259 of Jimmy Devine that keeps on putting a left rear wheel on the grassy stuff. As now, okay, now I'm going to be interested to see Jeffrey Fixer. Has he gone on? Oh, now has Fixer gone on slicks? If he's gone on slick tyres, he's a very, very brave man. But he's got Bad Plug just behind as well. So some drivers might have decided, I think I might do a Jensen button on it, might go on slicks. As that's off and exit stage left. Not too sure. I did see it might have been Dan Zotfield, possibly it might have been Daniel Tenbach that just got literally pushed off the circuit. No, it wasn't a push to pass, it was a push. A big old assist. So not exactly what you want to have happen there, but you see the dry line. That's probably why Fixer went, I'm going to chance it. But Bob Plug now is, let's just have a look. It is, I thought it was, my second choice was right. Daniel Tenbach was the driver that literally got ousted. As, it's getting a bit too gnarly, a little bit further back. Kvin Winkel has got behind him Lucas Thompson, who was side by side, I think maybe with Thomas Cypers, possibly. They were side by side and nearly had a bit of a 2 and 8 going through into turn 2. There's the 257 of Tim Verelst, who's just lost the position coming out of Chemin de Fer. So now this is the opportunity for some of the drivers to really make this work. And for others, it might be the case that they will have to just keep on pushing like crazy. But in the meantime, there are side-by-side battles happening through turn 1, one of which is I think it might have been the 111 of Gil Mertens, and was battling with Enzo Bol and Thomas Cypers. So there you see 281. So that is Bram Plomp, who's just been passed, I believe, by Tom. Oh, Lucas Thompson, you absolute opportunist. That was a brilliant move. Had it teed up coming through turn 4 and then just went, right, hold my beer, I'm going through. And he got through by literally millimetres. It was that close. Absolutely inspired driving by Lucas Thompson from Karchmi DE. Running on the Mach 1 chassis. Absolutely. There was no hesitation whatsoever. And now, it just goes to show. Now, what has happened? Hang on a second. Where's Jens Troyer? Jens Troyer, where has he ended up? Let's have a look. Currently P5 at the moment. Well, that was a surprise. So for those that have opted for going for the wet weather tyres, I think they may be running out of purchase. For those that have decided to go on slicks, because look, the track is drying out. It's evolving at an absolutely phenomenal rate. So this just goes to show that you can do the old Jensen button and go, yes, I think I can do this. 2011 Canadian Grand Prix. I say no more on that one. But also, it's about knowing whether you have the perfect strategy. But there is going to be a change for the race lead. So Lucas Thompson versus Gil Mertens. Thomas Cypers is now making his way to this battle. So this is the three-way battle for the race lead. Now they were covered by 8.5 tenths of a second after lap 6. Gil Mertens, new fastest lap of the race, 59.993. Jimmy Devine looks like he's out of the race. Dion van Verven has tumbled significantly down the order as things stands, but Thomas Cypers closing in on Lucas Thompson, going through into Escargot. And it could be very, very close indeed, coming out of the final right-hander between these two in the battle for P2 and for P3. Does Cypers have the run on the German driver into turn number 1? The decision was made very quickly. If Cypers had decided to fully commit, he would have been alongside and past. But Thompson opens the door through turn 2. Cypers gets through for second. So with 1:35 on the clock to go, Gil Mertens does have a lead. Jeffrey Fix has tumbled as well. Oh dear, they're all falling by the wayside now. What was looking to be a really, really interesting race has just been literally turned upside down like a sand timer. That's exactly what can happen. You can have a decision where it just goes, yeah, that'll work. And then there'll be others where it just goes, oh, I really wish I hadn't have done that. So because of the track evolution, for those that decided to chance it on slick tyres, that would have been a braver choice. But it looks like it may have been the one that really put the proof in the pudding, so to speak. So it meant that, right, okay, how long do we think it's going to be before the track dries up? Is it going to be the opportunity that I'm going to need in order for me to get up as far of the order as I can? So Lucas Thompson now ahead of Thomas Cypers in the battle for P2. This is allowing Gil Mertens to get away. Mertens crossed the line, 58.017. Thompson, 59.335. Personal best. Thomas Cypers obviously had a bit of a moment. Looked like it was a combination of all three sectors. Now holding on to that P3. Jeffrey Fixer looks to be out. Dion van Verven and Jimmy Devine. Oh, well, two of the biggest protagonists in this race have fallen by the wayside. There's Jens Troyer. I'm sure that his wet tyres will be absolutely screaming for mercy right about now. But the timer has expired, and there is Gil Mertens, who next time around will see the last lap board. And he looks like he's on slicks. Oh, Gil Mertens made the ultimate judgment call and went, right, we're going to go slicks. I'm going to battle through the first few laps, and then I'm just going to go, right, let's go. 58.0. That's about probably the right cross. We're at that crossover point. So, Gil Mertens, Thomas Cypers and Lucas Thompson all decided that those are slick tyres for Gil Mertens. Bumps over the curbing through turn number 4. And yeah, he is on slicks because what I've just seen, he tried to boot the throttle coming out of chemin de fer, and the back end stepped out to the left, and I was like, yep, he's on slicks. But you could physically see that he's just gone, yeah, I'm going to go brave or go home and see what can happen. But how's about this for a topsy-turvy race? Some drivers chance it, and the fortune, and they do say that fortune favours the brave, and the bravest of them all, Gil Mertens, will pick up the win, and he celebrates, and rightfully deservedly so, winning by 6 seconds ahead of Thomas Cypers. And, well, Renzo Alibax managed to take P3 by a whisker ahead of Lucas Thompson. Right, okay, let's look at lap times. 58.017 was the best lap time. So 5th, Bud Plug. 6th, Enzo Bolt. 7th, Jens Troyer. 8th, Kvin Winkel. And look at the jubilation from Gil Mertens. Just like, as soon as he came across the line, he's like, yes, we've won. You've still got one more race to go, my friend. One more race. And was on slicks. The top 3, maybe even make that the top 4, might have decided we're going to gamble, we're going to go for slicks. Looks like the track is going to work really, really well. Bold de Winter, that's not where you want to have a moment. Well, would have finished in around about, I think, 15th or 16th place, but there's a very happy Gil Mertens heading into pit lane, and I'm sure that the first thing that will happen is congratulations from the mechanics. So Gil Mertens picks up the KZ2 Pre-Final win ahead of Thomas Cypers by just around about 6 seconds. Renzo Alibax takes 3rd ahead of Lucas Thompson from Germany. Bud Plug, Enzo Boll, Jens Troyer, Kvin Winkel, Kevin Stehauer, Tim Verelst, and Fahin Megaran at the top 11. Daniel Tenbach, Rick Mewes, Dan Zoffi, Henrik Jan Troyens, Doug van Sifthout, Bold de Winter, Jeffrey being the last drivers out on circuit, with Jeffrey Fixer, Dion van Verven, and Jimmy Devine out on laps 6, 5, and 4, with Aaron Cooler out, not even starting.
Koolstreek af. Hè? Wouter van de Koolstreek af. En die zit nog vast, dus we krijgen hem er nooit af.
So we now go to our last pre-final of the meeting. It's KZ2 Masters. Here's your starting grid. Jeroen Bos, who got an absolute hole shot and then led every single lap to the checkered flag. Starts from pole once again. Wesley Duval will be alongside on the front row. Thierry Del Rey and Glenn van den Hoek on row 2. Nicky Berhen and Kevin Delcroix on row 3. Edgar Oosting and Nick Bertram. Row number 4 with William van der Guy and Buzz Steen rounding out the top 10. Gert Brink due to start 11th, alongside will be Mark Verhoeven on row number 6. Row 7, it's Niels Costa and René Kleven with Martin Versteeg and Henk de Jong rounding out the 16-strong grid. Once again, it's a standing start. This will take place over 10 minutes, plus 1 additional lap. Now, I've noticed something very, very interesting. Well, one of the drivers on this grid is going to be, has chosen slick tyres. Gutsy move. Good old boss. Gutsy. Gutsy move. Drivers now making their way through the final couple of right-hand corners. Excuse me. And then we will... Oh, dearie, dearie me. Who's just spun it coming out of... That's the 162. Magvahova due to start on 12th position. First few drivers starting to line on up. So it will be a case of waiting for the last couple of drivers to make their way to the grid. So, here we go. The lights start to ignite. The revs start to build. The lights are on. The lights are out. We're underway for the pre-final. And Jerome Boz just tippy-toes around the outside. But Thierry Del Rey goes high, wide and handsome around the outside of Jerome Boz. Boz slips off the circuit. Well, nearly slips off the wet part of the tarmac. And is struggling already. We've already had one backwards off of turn number 2. As it's 3 wide for second, coming out of turn 3. And who is leading the way? Well, they're going through turn number 5. I do definitely see that Thierry Del Rey is currently rounding out third. Change for position. It's Edgar Oosting just being passed by Thierry Del Rey, heading into Escargot. And the 123 is in third place. That's Wesley Duval. So who is leading? We're now going to find out after the opening lap. And that is Nicky Burhen in the 126 CRG leading the way. Thierry Del Rey second. Jerome Boz, I've just seen, is in 7th, ahead of Kevin Delcroix, William van der Kay and Niels Costa rounding out the top 10. So it looks like Magvahova and Henk de Jong might not be taking any further participation in this race. There's Oosting trying to battle away with Del Rey for second on the road. But Burhen is leading. Last time around was nearly 1.2 seconds. Yellow flags at the final, the penultimate right-hander. Oh, there's one off. And that is Henk de Jong that's off the circuit, I'm afraid, in 150. And the found the divot, actually, that's hidden underneath all that long, wet grass. But sun is bursting through the clouds again. I'll be completely honest. Oh, Oosting is on slick tyres and was sideways out of turn number 3. That nearly gave the opportunity for Thierry Del Rey to come back at him. So those that have got slick tyres on now might have a better opportunity. There was someone resting with a seat coming out of Escargot. Didn't quite catch who it was. It might have been possibly René Cleven in the 188, just like literally one hand on the steering wheel, bum off the seat. So again, it just goes to show that whoever's decided they were going to go. I mean, look at the dry line. It's very much nearly encompassing the entire circuit. Obviously, with regards to the outer extremities of the tarmac here at Mariembourg, like where you see all the marbles coming through out of turn number 1. You'll always see those slight differentials in between. And thereby it's about how you manage it all. Well, the 126 of Berhen. Now, I'm noticing that could be a grooved tyre on there, so that says to me Oosting went for wets. Now, with just under 6 minutes to go plus an additional lap, if this radiant warmth from something yellow round in the sky called the sun, whoever's got wets whoever's got wets on the carts at the moment, just be warned. Tyres, rubber do heat up. They do go through a delamination process at some point, or they go to the point where the tread is absolutely bald as anything. So the lead held by Berhen is just under 5 seconds. New fastest lap by the race leader as well, by the way. 1 minute 8.552. Then it's Thierry Del Rey. There's there's Michael Mellis from Kart Photo. Obscuring our view of turn 5. Bless him. But he is also the official photographer for the BNL and for the BMC. Along with a whole host of other championships. Known Michael now since 2018, so become a very, very good friend. Always nice to have a chat and talk with him whenever we both have the opportunity. And then he told me off about I needed to move my car last night because he wanted to move early. And I went, well, how are you to know whose car it was? Hopefully I don't have the same problem with him tonight on that front. But we are coming down to the last 4¼ minutes. Right, someone has just gone off at turn 1. And that is a CRG. Work out who that was. Do not tell me that was... Well, there's the 150 of Henk de Jong. He's also had his own trials and tribulations. There's Berhen in the number 126. Let's have a look. Who's dropping down the order? I think might be Wesley Duvall, possibly. Look at the sunshine now coming through. And the track is now starting to evolve to that point where they're going to have a lot more purchase. So this could really ramp things up for certain drivers who've gone, I knew dry weather tyres were the right choice. And, well, Berhen's lead over Oosting is now 5.1 seconds. So did Thierry Del Rey, and I'm not going to say make an uncharacteristic error. I think it's more a case of, is it going to continue? What do I need to do to have a backup plan, sort of like play the 50-50 percentage? For Del Rey, it's worked for a certain amount of time, but not sure if that's going to help him. Oh, right. Now, Berhen just had a moment. He's running really, really well. So, Nicky Berhen carries on. That's going to be another lap as the leader, possibly. Or are we going to see something here? Well, that was Edgar. Well, that was Bertram is ahead. So Nick Bertram in second, Oosting third, Thierry Del Rey fourth, Kevin Delacroix rounding up the top 5. So Nick Bertrand doing as best as he can to just keep going. I think we might have a new race leader. That has now been confirmed. Nick Bertrand leading, and that lead is more than comfortable. That is confident. That's 6.5 seconds. But Hen now second, might not be there for very much longer, depending on those chasing. Oosting, Delacroix, Jeroen Bos. And Jeroen Bos has got slicks on that car. I know that for a fact, because I saw it with my own very eyes. And now this is going to get a bit feisty. Delacroix around the outside of Oosting, through turn 5, up the inside into Chemin de Fer, through at turn 6, goes Jeroen Bos. And is that Burhen at the back end of that train? If that is the case, that's another race leader that's ended up hitting trouble. And it may not necessarily be for a tyre discrepancy. It's more the case of, did we pick the right tyres? If not, why didn't we? What did we not potentially see coming that everyone else did? That is the big question that always needs to be answered. Because if you have a delay and you have the opportunity to change tyres, there will be a delay allowed for it. But if you decide, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to do something different, and then that is when it pays off. Nick Bertrand started on 8th place, the outside part of row number 4. And is doing exactly what he needs to do, because this is the final lap. So the checkered flag will wave this time, and out of the chicane, it is going to be Mick Bertrand that takes the win. Mick Bertrand takes the win. Second, it's going to be Kevin Delacroix. Jeroen Bos takes P3. Glenn Vandenhoek, Edgar Oosting, Niels Costa, and William van der Guy ran out the top 7. Nicky Burhen, unfortunately, finishing 8th, ahead of Gert Brink, Mark Verhoeven. Thierry Del Rey finishes 11th in that one, ahead of Bas Steen, Martin Versteeg. René Cleven in the 188 was out on lap number 4. Just got 2 more drivers to come across the line, Wesley de Waal and Henk de Jong. De Jong will be more than likely a lap down. That, as they say, is that. But Nick Bertrand wins the pre-final in KZ2 Masters. Next up, we've got the second chance for senior Rotax. So, time for the the second chance heat for senior Rotax. And here is the grid. Robbie Storder will start from pole position. Alongside will be Wesley Eckhart. Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Enzo Dickenberg will line up on row 2. Row 3, Luca Brima and Kaz Tobin. Kevin Navis and Dante Sima round out the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10 will be Giorgio Markenstein and Max Costa. Niels Östrand and Lex Quintons will line up on row number 6, according to what I've got here. Martin Herrera and Dominic Shapers round out row number 7. Dylan Hummel, Magnus Licht, Nathan Marischal and Sven Slagnolen will complete the grid, as they are going to get things underway very, very quickly indeed, it looks like, with the way drivers are wanting to get this done and dusted. They want to make sure that they are in the final a little bit later on. The top 6 go through, the remaining 11 will fall by the wayside. We've already got somebody off, and it looks like that kart is taking no further participation in this second chance. So that driver's opportunity to get into the top 6, well, that driver now will have to wait and sit by the sidelines at Marshall post number 2. 7 minutes plus 1 additional lap on the timer. After this, we'll then have the last 6 races. This is race number 14 of the meeting. So with sunshine bathing the circuit at this late stage of the day, it has kept everyone guessing. Now the guessing for the senior second chance heat goes underway, as the timer has started counting down, and it's a scramble through turn 1. On the run through to turn 2. Looks like it's Sven Slagnolen that did not make it to the start, but Robbie Storder looks to have gotten an early advantage as they head into turn 4 for the first time. Battle for second really heating up between 3 to 4 drivers. Kevin Navis now finds himself in the drop zone as we make our way through into Escargot for the first time. Looks like it's Wesley Eckhart that rounds out the top 2 on the comp kart chassis. So lap 1 about to be completed. Leading the way, it's Robbie Storder. Second, it's Kaz Tobin that I think, well, Kaz Tobin was trying to make it through. Oh, dearie, dearie me. There's Enzo Dickenberg in the back end of this, as third and fourth have started squabbling. They're still side by side, and into turn number 3. That's given the perfect opportunity for Enzo Dickenberg to get through for 4th place. And now the train continues to expand behind Kaz Tobin on the Mad Croc promotion, the Croc promotion chassis. Navis and Shapers round out the top 6 drivers. Not too far from that, Luca Brima, Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Martin Herrera with Dylan Hummel rounding out the top 10. As all off the circuit goes Nathan Marischal, left side tyres hitting the grass. Robbie Storder still leads. Enzo Dickenberg gets through. That's 3rd place for the 352. Neatly done, tidy overtake. Now has to go and fight with Kaz Tobin, maybe even Robbie Storder. Storder's got a 4.5 of a second lead after the opening 2 laps. And second chance heat terms, that is literally next to nothing, as the field makes its way into Chemin de Fer. And again, Dominic Shapers as oh, now who on? Oh, big moment there going into escargot. That was up and over. Oh, hate when that happens. Again, the signing of desperation. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the move. I'm fully committed. Oh, and I've just mucked it all up. And not only has that person mucked up somebody else's race, they mucked up their own. Enzo Dickenberg now up into second position, having got past Kaz Tobin. Someone has just run wide. So, yeah, looks like Giorgio Markenstein might... Oh, and we've got another one pulling to the side. That's one of the GKS carts. Not too sure who that might be. Is it Vincent van Gaalkoffen? Not 100% sure. But one driver is not taking any further part. It could be Lex Quintons. Oh, and another incident again. This time, Milos Sjöstrand had, I think it was the 3 Dante Sima, just literally dived in. We know they're desperate to get into the second chance heat, but it's just mistakes. Like literally, Milos Sjöstrand was going to close that door off. She compensated for it. And sometimes, if you see a gap, yes, there is the old Ayrton Senna proverb. Everyone knows it off by heart. But there are times when discretion is the better part of valor. And that has just cost Milos Sjöstrand and also Dante Sima. Now, I'm not going to afflict blame to anybody. It's more a case of making the right call, making the right judgment. Is that driver going to cut across me and be on the racing line? Have I got room to make the maneuver? Can I try it and see what happens? You could say yes to all 3 of them, but then sometimes by using the better form of common sense and just like analysing it, yes, you've got to make split-second decisions. But that is a perfect example of when someone decides to go for a move and it goes wrong. And that's not just the only time that's happened over the course of the race day. It is Vincent van Gaalkoffen who I think might have gone. We are down to 13 runners in this. We started with 18, now we're down to 13. So Robbie Stordeur, Enzo Dickenberg, Kevin Navis, Kaz Tobin, Wesley Eckhart and Dylan Hummel are the 6 drivers that could be going through. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds still to go on the timer. But of course, we have seen it before, where the top 6 that make it across the line first are not necessarily the drivers that end up going through. I've seen penalties being issued for either for contact or for front-fairing penalty, or someone's been found to be underweight. It has happened before. But Robbie Stordeur still continues to lead. We're on to lap number 7. So we've got 1 and 1 more to go, so we'll have 8 laps. Maybe even 9. Yeah, so it'll be 3 laps in total, so that'll put us on to 9 laps as we come towards the end of the race, and also the last opportunity for some of the drivers to make it through. So Robbie Stordeur has a comfortable lead at the minute, but this is a very interesting battle towards the, now that is, well, Martin Herrera. Right, Dylan Hummel is just ahead of Max Costa in the 369 and Martin Herrera. Herrera is running with Montevort Motorsports, the father and son team of Roland and Erwin. Ronald and Erwin. And might be under threat here. And now it's happened. Well, Herrera's got through. Herrera is at the front of that train, and now the battle really starts kicking off between these drivers, because we've run out of time. 1 more lap to go after this. So Robbie Stauder has done everything right. And has just led every single lap. And the last lap is underway. Enzo Dickenberg in second. Kaz Tobin, Kevin Navis, Wesley Eckhart, and now Max Costa gets through on Martin Herrera, but Herrera is fighting back. And also, one of the other drivers, Dylan Hummel, is coming back into this. Herrera's got through. Oh, now, was there a touch between 7th and 8th? I think there was, because they were side by side ever so briefly. So again, just that opportunity, and then, oh no, we've had a moment. That's the 369. There's somebody else involved in that, and that was Dylan Hummel. So Max Costa and Dylan Hummel have just cost themselves an opportunity to get through. Robbie Stauder wins the second chance heat on the road. Kaz Tobin in second. Enzo Dickenberg. Kevin Navis, Wesley Eckhart, and Colombia's Martin Herrera on the road have booked their place in the top 36 final a little bit later on. Obviously, every single result called by myself is provisional, pending sporting checks. Luca Prima, Nathan Marichal, Dominic Shapers, and Dante Sima ran at the top 11. Milas Sjöstrand, who had Dante Sima up the inside through at turn number 6 earlier on, ends up 10th. And ends up costing Milo the opportunity to maybe move a little bit further up the field. Very tough for the Swede, but it's a learning experience every single time you go out on track. Dylan Hummel and Max Costa, well, they were on the verge of getting through. Neither of them did. Vincent van Kerkhoffen out on lap 3, Lex Quintens and Mike Maastricht lap 2, Giorgio Merkenstein lap 1, and Sven Slagmola before we even got started. Okay, first of 6 finals gets going right here, right now. It's Mini and Mini Rookie. Let's take you through the starting grid. Nikita Lyubimov will start from pole position. Alongside will be Vince van der Halen on the front row. Lucas Stoddard and Victor Reitz on row 2. Gage Moyes and AJ Berggraf will line up on row 3 with Sven Lindemann, Jeff Verbeek, Jent Moonen and Vic van Kampenhout completing the top 10. Devin Mieta, James van der Poel, Didier de Dalle, Liam Hauger, Matthias Verreken, Jesse Moonen, Ryan Rampedarath, Leon Herbos, Noah Stehouder, and Tristan Abeels rounding out the top 20, completing the 12-row, 24-strong grid are Dayan Habits, Jara Kivitz-Bosch, Jack Depre, and Mateusz Clever. And with blue skies and sunshine up above, it's perfect for racing like this. We now up the ante for the remaining 5 finals, but the Mini and Mini Rookie final will be the same duration, 10 minutes, plus 1 lap. All other finals will be 12 minutes, plus 1 additional lap. So far, in the heat, it was Vic van Kampenhout. Trouble struck the 124 with an issue in the dummy grid for the pre-final, but managed to claw his way back, kicking and screaming through the pre-final from the dummy grid to finish 10th. That now provides with us with a ringside seat for what's about to happen. So, Lyubimov and van der Halen on the front row. Lights are on the gantry. Revs rise, noise increases. Here we go. Lights are on. Lights are out. The final's underway and a big incident into the first corner. 2 off already. Big dramas out of turn number 1, and 2 drivers have already fallen by the wayside. Both of them still very much compos mentis. And that is a real shame. That happened actually from row 2. And it might have been Lucas Stoddard, might have been one of the drivers involved, as we are frantically on a mission to get this race going. Vic van Kampenhout is 1 position away from the top 5. As they come out of escargot for the first time of asking. And it is a 1-2, well, it's an OTK 1-2. Who is leading is the biggest question. I think it's Lyubimov that is leading the way. Who is in second? They come across the line. Line astern. It's Lucas Stoddard. So it was Vince van der Halen and AJ Berggraf, the 2 casualties in that turn 1 exchange. Yeah, van der Halen was caught out, got speared off the circuit, left-hand side, then collected AJ Berggraf, and now Gage Moyes off the circuit and has dropped outside of the top 5. So Nikita Lyubimov leads the way. This is the battle for second, well, no, this is the battle for the race lead. So where is Nikita Lyubimov? Lyubimov down in 5th. Lucas Stoddard leads. As, oh, big pile-up coming out of Chemin de Fer, one of which is Jesse Moonen. I think I also spotted 126 maybe, Jeff Verbeek. So quite a few drivers. It got a bit close for comfort. Yeah, right. I know that there was a problem. There was a kart being turned around. It was Sven Lindemann. Now there's the change for the race lead. Victor Reitz hits the front, being chased by Lucas Stoddard, and here comes Jent Moonen. Vic van Kampenhout has an opportunity. We've also got one off of the circuit coming through turn number 5, so there are yellow flags. in that. Nikita Lyubimov is there. Also, no, well, Zen Lindemann is still there, actually. So, who was the one? No, it's Cage Moyes. Oh, drama! Contact between Lucas Dorder, and it's all started to get a bit messy out there. Oh, Zen Lindemann's off. Zen Lindemann's off on the run to escargot, was forced wide. So, contact between Lucas Dorder and I think Vic van Kampenhout on that particular occasion. Moonen started everything off. He went up the inside of Victor Reutz, and then it was just a case of, Zen Lindemann, wrong place, wrong time. But now, Jenthe Moonen ahead of Vic van Kampenhout. Vic van Kampenhout now P2. Nikita Lyubimov in third. Victor Reutz and Lucas Dorder round out the top five. Didi Dadale in seventh. Didi Dadale sixth. Liam Hauger, James van der Poel, Matthias Verreken, and now leading mini rookie Ryan Rampadarath in the number 32. Van Kampenhout's got the lead. Oh, well, it was only a case of not if, it was when it was going to happen. Van Kampenhout has been threatening all along. And AJ Bergerath out of the race. Vince van der Hullen is continuing, but it is down in 20th position. Now we've got 5 drivers, a quintet, battling for the win. So this is where it is going to be the case of who is going to come out on top on this one. Van Kampenhout leads. Moonen, Lyubimov, Reutz and Stodder. Top 5 covered by 9/10 as Victor Reutz looking up the inside through turn number 2 on Nikita Lyubimov, gets through. And Lyubimov back up the inside through at 3. That allows Stodder to get through. There's Didi Dadale trying to close on in 6th place. Now, oh dearie me, don't start squabbling between yourselves because you're going to leave the door wide open, and that's exactly what happened. Lyubimov and Stodder were side by side, and that gave the biggest barn door opening for Victor Reutz to say, thank you for the welcome invitation, I'll go through and get the pair of you. He got the Bogoff special, the buy one, get one free. Did Victor Reutz, and now is third, and now can start hunting down the 2 up front who are away and clear. We're past the halfway point at the moment with Vic van Kampenhout 3/10 in front of Jenthe Moonen. Victor Reutz in third has the fastest lap of the race so far, but is being caught by Lucas Stodder. Nikita Lyubimov, who started on pole position, now is 5th and being chased down by Didi Dadale, and then there's a big gap of over 5 seconds to James van der Poel in 7th in the 106. So Lucas Stodder is close to the back bumper of Victor Reutz at the minute. So this is going to allow Vic van Kampenhout and Jenthe Moonen to pull away a gap. Last time around it was 1.2 seconds. Maybe this time around after lap 6 it could be a little bit more, but that depends on what Victor Reutz and Lucas Stodder have decided to do. It's 1.3 and Van Kampenhout has put in the new fastest lap of the race. Zen Lindemann running 9th is just fractionally ahead of Devrim Yater in the battle for P9. So we've had more casualties. Dayan Habits, Simon and Tristan Nabils. As up the inside through at Chemin de Fer, that is for P3. Victor Reutz has now just been overtaken by Lucas Stodder. And that battle is going to be waging its way all the way through to the checkered flag, because Victor Reutz, the SP Motorsport driver, normally his comrade in arms, Rick Hauskens, normally be working alongside him, but Van Kampenhout continues to lead. 0.362 is the gap, change for third again. So Reutz gets through on Stodder. And Stodder back through at turn 2 Oh, this is a chess game if ever you saw one. It's like Tom and Jerry all over again. Now through turn 3. Oh, clash of bumpers between the pair. And the old think gesture being done. Through turn 4, that's a... 4 changes for position. And now make that another change because Nikita Lyubimov went, right, hello, I'm back. So the Estonian now up to P4. Might have the opportunity to get through on Stordeur, but time is fast running out. That gap is expanding at a rapid rate between P2 and P3. Last time round it was 1.8 seconds. Let's have a look at it now. 3 seconds is now the gap between second and third place. So whoever wins this battle is going to be third on the podium. At the minute, well, Ryan Rampadarath is leading the way in Mini Rookie and is currently up 6 places in 11th at the minute. So this battle here, line astern into Chemin de Fer. Nice, neat and tidy. But time is not on anybody's side these days. The reason being is that when you see how much time is left on the counter, there is a slight innate feeling of panic that sometimes does set in. With others, it sets in a lot worse than some. Right, okay, we're on to our penultimate lap of the final. Vic van Kampenhout is leading as Victor Reitz gets through on Nikita Lyubimov and defends going through into turn 2. So the 176 still holding on to that 4th place. And there's only a handful of, there's only half a lap to go here. So Van Kampenhout now expands his lead over Yenthermin to nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. The timer is running out very, very quickly indeed. And just like that, 10 minutes are up as we hit 0. Last lap this time. And Vic van Kampenhout has been setting very, very quick lap times. Very consistent lap times. And now he's expanded the lead to nearly 7.5 tenths of a second. As through for turn 1 for 3rd place goes Victor Reitz, but now starts defending against Lucas Stordeur. This is going to bring Nikita Lyubimov right back into it, and he gets through at turn no. Oh, he's tried to go for the pair of them at the same time, and that's compromised his entrance into 3. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Nikita Lyubimov went, right, I'm going to send it up the inside of Luca and see if I can get Victor at the same time. One move happened, the other one didn't, and then he got caught out. There's DD2 as the leaders make their way through into Escargot for what is going to be the well, they're exiting out of it for what will be the final time. And there they are, just coming through the shot there. There's 3rd, 4th and 5th. But we have got to concentrate on our leaders right now, because out of the final corner, it's pedal to the metal, and it is going to be victory. Victory for Vic van Kampenhout. A day of 2 halves from the youngster in the 124, winning the heat. Disaster in the pre-final, came back to finish in the top 10 and has just taken victory by just under 9 tenths of a second. Well, what a story. What a day. And I know for a fact that his dad, Stephen, will have been having kittens in the pre-final as if to say, oh no, not now. And then Vic went, don't worry, Dad, I've got this, and has just proved it and wins the final. There he is, the 124. New livery, new backers. Great to see some young drivers getting some welcome sponsorship. And yep, there you go. Vic van Kampenhout takes the win after 11 laps of racing, also taking the fastest lap of the race by just under 9 tenths of a second ahead of Jent Themunen, with Victor Reitz, Lucas Stordeur and Nikita Lyubimov rounding out the top 5. Great battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th throughout the second half of that race. DD2 and James van der Poel round out the top 7 ahead of Zen Lindemann, Devon Mieta, with Ryan Rampadarath rounding out the top 10 and also taking the win in the mini rookie class. He's been doing pretty well in that class so far this season, has Ryan. Gage Moyes, 11th, head of Liam Hauger with Jeff Verbeek, Matthias Verreken and Leon Herbos running at the top 15. Vince van der Hallen, after that turn 1, lap 1 incident with AJ Bergeraff, recovered to finish only as high as 16th. Head of Jara Kivitsbosch, Noah Stehauder, Jack Dupre and Matthias Clever with Tristan Abils, Jesse Moonen, Dejan Habits and AJ Bergeraff out of the race. One final down, 5 to go. Next up, it's the final for Junior Rotax. Let's take you through 28 strong starting grid. Daes van Wyk and Thomas Verheyen will line up on the front row. Joining them on behind them on row 2 will be Lars Lambers and Max Sidursky. Daes Stevens and Bran van der Weyken round out row 3. with Boris Maximov and Luca Van Leer rounding out row 4. Levi Dries and Jake Menton will round out row number 5, thereby completing the top 10. Well, there's going to be a slight change. Well, Adam Vida will not be joined by Fabian Rutman on row number 6 because the latter has not started this race. Will be joined. Then you've got you'll have Tristan Shays, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Jim Back, Rick Corporal, Rocco Kerr. Then we've got Nico van Berkel, Nicolas Machon, Nicolas Nys, Vince Dries, Henry Melchior. Then we've got Bodine Blankenberg, Ryan Kibitz-Bosch, Job van Ekelen, Nudez, then Engelsman, Eva Dorrestein. There will also be no Timo Koopmans on the grid. So 26 junior Rotax drivers competing in this final. We up the ante from 10 minutes in the heat and the pre-final to 12 minutes plus an additional lap of this 1,388 metre circuit here in Mariembourg in Belgium. So the revs rise, lights are on, and the timer has counted down. We now have the drivers making their way into turn number 2. All line astern at the moment, very easy going. But at the minute, oh, we've got one backwards into the barriers. That is the 2-1-5, Vince Dries, that has taken a turn around, and that has dropped the driver back down the order. At the minute, Thijs van Wijk leads the way. As, oh, big moment going off the circuit. Jake Menton completely sideways and has lost a handful of positions. As everyone now starting to slipstream past the 2-3-1. After the opening lap, Thijs van Wijk leads ahead of Lars Lambers. Thomas Verheyen rounds out the top 3. Max Swiderski, Thijs Stevens, Boris Maximov rounds out the top 6 thus far. At the back end of that train, you've got Luca van Leer and Bran van der Weken running at the top 8, who were covered by 1.5 seconds. Someone's gone off. That was one of the Pragas coming out of the exit of turn number 4. So we have, oh, right, okay. Yellow flag inside the marshal post at Escargot. So someone has had a moment. But we're coming up to 2 minutes completed. Lap 2 is going to be in the books very shortly as Van Wijk continues to lead. Change a little bit further back. Boris Maximov through on Max Swiderski for 4th place. Neatly done by the 2-3-0. Nicolas Machon has dropped and might be the driver that is out of the race. Yep, there's a yellow flag on the approach into turn number 5. So Nicolas Machon also has gotten going again. Oh, right, yellows into Chemin de Fer. And there is so they have got a yellow on the approach into Chemin de Fer through turn 5, and then into Chemin de Fer itself before, when you take the left-hander straight afterwards. That means that you've also got, then got the green flag, which is when the drivers can then start to overtake. But Van Wijk continuing to, right, now the games have started. Thomas Verheyen looked up the inside of Lars Lambers. And now again it's happening through into turn number 2. And every time that Verheyen makes a move, this opens the opportunity Oh, Tay Stevens right up the... Oh, great move there by... Now, was that Maximov? It was. Maximov got through on Verheyen and Lambers at the same time. So Maximov got through, went from 4th to 2nd, like a rat up a drain pipe. Did the 2-3-0 from Buvin Power. So it was a nice little move there by Boris Maximov. Verheyen is in 3rd. 4th is Lambers. 5th, Stevens. Swiderski is 6th. 7th will be Luca van Leer, who's got ahead of Bran van der Weken, who's now going to have to battle away with Alexander van Meeuwen. I think they might have just gone side by side into turn number 1. Catch it out of the corner of my eye. But with the top 10 covered by 3.2 seconds. And then you look down to 24th, they're covered by 12.7. Oh, now that was a bit of a moment there for Lars Lambers. Went a little bit deep into turn 4. Up the inside went Dave Stevens. There goes Max Swiderski in the 2.97. They're clashing side pods and side walls. Oh, and it's happened all over again. Just completely unnecessary, I think. Yes, a robust move is if it's done the right way, is a fair move. You can sometimes see that the drivers just get that little bit impatient. And yes, it's going for the win in the final. But sometimes if you risk it for the biscuit, it doesn't always work out the way you planned or the way that you hoped. Now, up the inside, that's Lars Lambers through on Tay Stevens. That's allowed Max Swiderski to get through. Who else? Well, it hasn't allowed Lars Lambers shut the door firmly in the general direction of Max Swiderski. Now everything's starting to accordion at the minute, starting to close up quite a bit. Alexander van Meeuwen's at the back end of that train. And if they start squabbling, this is close proximity racing we're talking about here. Up the inside of Thomas Verheyen goes Tay Stevens. And then, I think it's always the way that you make a move and it doesn't always stick. Then someone else makes a move, that then sticks. So it is a case of how the pendulum swings when it comes to battling. And now look at the gap that the top 2 have got. That gap's going to be big. It's 2.7 seconds. Because they started squabbling, the top 2 have gotten away, and the battle for the race win is going to be between them. Not those people that are 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and whatever, That's 7 carts. 7 carts that have gone and possibly cost themselves an opportunity for a race win. Okay, first penalty has just been issued. Levi Dries leaving the corridor with 2 wheels out of the tram lines. That's 3 seconds. That has just been put on the driver's race completed race time post-session. And still, Lars Lambers is holding on at the minute. He's got Dave Stevens not too far behind. Thomas Verheyen goes through on Bran van der Weken, who gets the crossover. This could allow... Oh, Aaron Vida has finally caught up. And now has passed Verheyen into turn 2. It's a nice move by Aaron Vida, but then Thomas Verheyen comes back at him. Bran van der Weken and Alexander van Meeuwen have now joined this 4-way scrap. A little bit further back, Luca van Leer is a little bit further behind. Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting how the race develops. Luca van Leer further adrift. There are the top 2 just going through shot. Half a second separate them, and then 3 seconds nearly is the gap between them. Well, Adam Vida doing a credible job there for the Kartstall Benelux Racing team. Oh, we've got another yellow flag I've just seen. That was towards turn 5. But has now been retracted. So let's see, up the inside, Bran van der Weyken gets through on Adam Vida, and Alexander Van Meeuwen is just waiting in the wings. Of course, over the course of the winter period, there's always those driver moves that do happen. And Bran van der Weyken and Alexander Van Meeuwen used to run at the same stable at GKS until the tail end of last year, if I remember correctly. And you can just see that you know who the younger drivers, and you know who have been there for a little bit of time. Dave Stevens, one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced driver on this junior Rotax grid, has just got through. And that was on Lars Landers for P3. Max Swiderski is now giving chase and is closing on in. So with 3 minutes to go, it is anybody's guess what might transpire in the next few laps. Fastest lap of the race set by Dave Stevens. 56.258 as Adam Vida gives a little bit of an assist and a further assist to Thomas Verheyen. That's brought in Alexander Van Meeuwen, and Thomas Verheyen's off the circuit. Oh, dearie me, disaster for the 288. It was one touch, then it turned into a second touch. Didn't really know how to read that, but oh, it's all kicked off for P3. Dave Stevens still ahead, had to defend against Lars Lambers, and also, well, Max Swiderski trying the Hail Mary undercut, and he's going to make it 3 wide out of turn 3, and he gets 2 for the price of 1. Max Swiderski timed that to absolute perfection and got through. He did the Hail Mary, did the undercut, and it was a big one. It caught out Stevens and Lambers at the same time. It's also brought Bran van der Weyken into this mix. There are the two at the front, Thijs van Dijk and Boris Maximov, who are leading the way by a considerable margin. A considerable margin. So minutes and 35 plus an additional lap to go. 2.5 tenths cover the top 2. And it's 4.8 seconds. Oh, round the outside at T1, and he still kept the throttle pinned. Tay Stevens with the overtake of the weekend so far. Absolutely brilliant. Round the outside, kept the throttle pinned. Max Swiderski went, no, you're not getting this. And Tay Stevens went, yes, I have done. I'm already past. But the thing is, to do an audacious overtake like that, you've got to have some real intestinal fortitude, or in other words, guts to do it. There are other words that can describe that, but none that are broadcastable. But the way he just kept it planted, and Swiderski went, oh yeah, I might have a chance to get back at it. And Tay Stevens had the presence of mind as if to say, no, this is my moment. I'm going to overtake you around the outside and get the job done. And he's already started pulling away. Now, Swiderski has got Lambers up the inside for P5. That's the move done. And now, Bran van der Weyken seizes an opportunity, and that's allowed Adam Vida to get through. Now, has Vida got the job done on the pair of them? Yes, he has. Well, again, it's just a carbon copy of what we saw with Max Swiderski. Vida did exactly the same thing. And now Vida's going to lose 3 places through Chemin de Fer at that same point. So Vida at one point was P5. Now he's down to, well, P4. Now he's, well, it's P5. Sorry, my apologies. He's up to P5. Now he's 8th. Final lap is underway, and Thijs van Dijk and Boris Maximov still holding on to the fort in the 1-2 formation at the minute. Thijs Stevens set in 3rd. Lars Lambers, Bran van der Weyken and Max Swiderski ran out the top 6. Adam Vida, Alexander Van Meeuwen and Adam Vida ran out the top 8 ahead of Jim Buck and Luca van Leer. Ava Dorrestein, what a comeback. She's up to 12th and could get, well, I'm not too sure how far away she is from those in front. Well, 1.5 seconds covering 10th to 12th. It could be a bit of a tall order, but you never say never. A side-by-side through turn number 4 on the final lap. As, oh, we've had a couple off at Chemin de Fer, and one of which is 2.8 for Luca van Leer. Now, who was the other driver? Didn't quite catch out the number, but we've got to concentrate on the race winner. Thijs van Wijk and Boris Maximov bring it home as a 1-2 for Bouvin Power, covered by 1.5 tenths of a second. Thijs Stevens, 6.65 seconds behind in third. Lars Lambers fourth. And let's see, Luca van Leer, and was it? Oh, it was Jim Buck in the number 211. Oh, not what you wanted on the final lap. They were running so well. And there is the 211 from SR Solutions. Thijs van Wijk and Boris Maximov take a 1-2 for Bouvin, with Van Wijk the winner. Thijs Stevens, Lars Lambers, Bran van der Weken ran at the top 5 ahead of Max Swiderski, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Adam Vida, Rick Kopperal and Eva Dodderstein. Dodderstein, 17 places gained to finish 10th. What a run. Bodine Blankenberg, 23rd to 11th. Tristan Shays, 12th. Thomas Verheyen, 13th. Ryan Kivisbosch, 10 places gained to finish 14th, head of Rocco Kerr. Jake Menton, Nu den Engelsman, 9 places gained to finish 17th, head of Henry Melchior in the number 217. Nicolas Machon and Jort van Ekelen rounding out the top 20. Levi Dries in 21st, the last of the classified finishers, with Jim Bach, Luca van Leer, Nicolas Nijs, Lieke van Berkel and Vince Dries rounding out the 26 drivers that took to the start. And no Fabian Reutmann or Timo Koopmans at the start themselves. So, another final, our third of, well, it's basically our third of 6. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters. On the front row for the final, it's Nicolas Guillon. And thank you very much to Damien Allo for saying, telling me the correct pronunciation. It's Axel Hoos on the front row. Christoph Adams, well, what a weekend he's had to remember. Starts on the inside of the second row, P3. Alongside him will be Luca Neuenhausen. Jori Klibor and Rick van der Straat will be on row 3. Row 4, Carl Klibor and Dominic Hummels. With Mizan Kielstra and Marit Fassot rounding out the top 10. Jesse Spans will be joined by Bas van Vlimmeren on row number 6 with Imke Arts and Ronan Nassau on row 7. Kian de Brandt and Wim Rouleau round out row 8 with Niels Burger, Christophe Lessort, Ton van Weert, Douglas Knoll, and from the back of the grid, Sam Knopius unfortunately retiring on lap 5 in the pre-final. So 12 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer for that one. The red lights are once again ignited on the starting gantry as DD2 and DD2 Masters split. Head into the tram lines. Revs are eyes, lights are on. Lights are out, the finals underway. And into turn 1 we go. Christoph Adams has got through on Axel Hoos and just signals to Axel as if to say, well, what on earth was that? Well, there we go. Christoph Adams up into P2. As I said, he's still got many a magician's trick up his arm, up the sleeve of those race overalls he's currently sporting. But Nicolas Guillon leading the way. And we have got one off. That's Dominic Hummels at Chemin de Fer as, oh no, big incident that involves Luca Neuenhausen, Mario Fassot, and also one of the Lassaurs. Now, I'm not too sure if it's Christoph or Ronan. Not 100% sure, but we're going to find out very, very shortly. So, it is going to be the case that now Dominic Hummel, yeah, it all happened. Oh, well, yeah, I'm looking at it. It was Christophe Lessort. So Lessort had contact with Neuenhausen, and Fassot was unfortunately caught up in all of that through no fault. But Christoph Adams still Well, that was Jordi Klebor, and now Father Karl gets through on Christoph Adams at the following corner. And Christoph Adams trying to fight back at Karl Klebor at that point through T1. So the rivalry is still very much there. So at the moment, with 9.5 minutes to go, well, Christoph Lassor and Luca Neuenhausen both out of the race. And that's a real shame. Marek Lassor has still kept on going. So Marek will keep on pushing. We've seen Marek compete in previous rounds and has had the never give up attitude, and that just goes to show that you need a strong character in karting, and especially when, in some respects, wasn't a fault of Marek's at all. It's just an unfortunate incident that happens on an opening lap, and then some drivers' races. Well, yes, his Spons needs to be very careful of the exit out of turn number 3. It looked like the right rear tyre was going grass cutting. Oh, dive up the inside, and that was late, and then some by Christoph Adams. Gets through on Karl Klebor, and that allows Rick van der Straat to get through, and someone else who's making their way through the field at the minute is Imke Arts, who has got someone else behind her at the minute. Can't catch who that was, but Imke Arts, which is having a good day. It works pretty well. So behind Imke Arts, that's Kian de Brandt. They are both running at the same team, Shepherd's Racing, and they are looking to get through on Karl Klebor. That's not easy to try and do. Of course, Karl's running a race within a race. So we still have 7 minutes and 7 minutes and 36 seconds left to go, plus an additional lap in this last race for DD2 and DD2 Masters for this event. Also update you on when the next respective events are for the Belgian Max Challenge and for Chrono Karting in the coming weeks and months, of course. But Nicolas Guillaume has a lead over Axel Hoos by just over 2.2 seconds. Jordi Klebor, Christoph Adams, Rick van der Straat, Karl Klebor, Imke Arts, Kian de Brandt, Bas van Vlimmeren and Jesse Spans round out the top 10. And Arts still trying to get through on Karl Klebor, dives deep into turn 6 at Chemin de Fer, and that has allowed Kian de Brandt to get through. But what that has also done is put Karl Klebor into the path of Bas van Vlimmeren, who's gone through at the exit of Escargot. Yes, Spans also trying to get through, and he tries for 2 for the price of 1, then he goes over the front, and Karl Klebor's off the circuit. Oh, and he's around. Karl Klebor just caught out, well, not caught, he's going to be absolutely fuming after that one. Karl's the most mild-mannered man in the paddock that I know of. But something like that, yes, Spans went for a move. Karl Klebor went, well, I've got room on the right-hand side, and just literally had nowhere to go on that one. I mean, I'm just looking back that, well, oh no, well, he had Sem Knopfius just behind him, and Karl's just, I don't know whether Karl's just had contact or just been absolutely fired off. The slightest amount of contact will push somebody off the circuit, and Karl Klebor was battling for a top 3 for DD2 Masters, and that's just been taken away from him in that respect. So it never is, when you've got these finite tolerances, when the closeness for proximity when it comes to karting, they are so finite, they are so minimal, But the slightest movement by a millimetre or two here or there, or maybe even 5 to 10, you know, can make things easy or it can make things ruddy difficult. So now we are down to 18 out of the 21 DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers. Christoph Adams has got a bit of breathing space at the minute because behind him he's got Rick van der Start, who now has Imke Arts on his rear bumper. Then there's Kian de Brandt. Jesse Spans has got Bas van Vlimmeren just behind. So between Christoph Adams, he's got 4 DD2 drivers. So that might give Christoph a little bit of breathing room in a minute. But then if they start passing, right, Mariembourg just keeping out of the way of Yuri Clevo, who is running in third behind Axel Hoos and also Nicolas Guillaume. Guillaume has been leading every single lap that he's been on so far today. And it's been a day to remember for Guillaume. But Mariembourg moves out of the way. But with 3 minutes and 38 seconds still to go. Right. Rick van der Start. Oh, no. Well, was defending, and then there was a touch. Going through into turn 1 with Imke Arts immediately to the left-hand side. So whether Rick van der Start, I think van der Start might not have seen the fact that Imke Arts was pretty much alongside. And then there was contact. Imke Arts ends up going wide as a little bit of a result. So that allows Kian de Brandt to get through. So de Brandt gets through for what is now 6th on the road. Importantly, and is 5th in DD2. Just under 3 minutes to go. Plus 1 additional lap. We've got 3 more races after this to conclude proceedings for this race meeting. So Guillaume has a lead over Hoos by 3, nearly 4 seconds. Yuri Clevo rounds out the top 3. There's Christoph Adams, along with Rick van der Start, Kian de Brandt, Imke Arts. They ran at the top 7. Jesse Spans in 8th. Sam Knoppius in 9th. Bas van Vlimmeren rounding out the top 10. Importantly, 2nd in Masters. Ronan Assor in 11th. Niels Bolo, Wim Rouleau, Dominic Hummels, Lisanne Kielstra, Don van Weert, Douglas Knoll, and Mariembourg rounding out the 18 drivers. Unfortunately, we lost Carl Clevo on lap 5. Luca Neuenhausen and Christophe Lessor on the opening lap out of Chemin de Fer. So, Rick van der Start has got through and has got past Christoph Adams. Now it's the 2 Shepherds racing carts that need to work together. Well, Christoph Adams will not impede a teammate. Well, shouldn't impede a teammate. Oh, dearie me. We know Christoph can be the most self-centered individual, and he's got the 2 teammates from Shepherds Racing behind him. The thing is, they are gunning for positions, and now here we go up the inside. So Imke Arts gets through on Kian de Brandt, then gets through on Christoph Adams. That's exactly what they needed, and Christoph, okay, got a bit too close for comfort through turn 1. I will be honest with you. If I was Wesley, I would be. I'm sure that he can hear me right now. Wesley, I'm sure that you're biting your fingernails to the quick, which is probably pretty much the case. So we will have 3 laps to go as we are on to lap number 13 out of 15. 43 seconds on the timer remains. And with the opportunity that there was for both Imke Arts and Kian de Brandt to go after Rick van der Start, Well, that opportunity is unfortunately faded a little bit into the distance. And there goes Semknofias through on Christoph Adams. And yes, Spans also tried to get through. But the thing is now, Christoph Adams has got to start defending a little bit. Right. So, with 4 seconds to go, Nicolas Guillaume crossed the line. And we are on lap 13 out of 15. At this point, the timer has expired. So, final lap of the DD2 and DD2 Masters final is underway. Guillaume leads by nearly 5 seconds ahead of Axel Hoos. Jordi Klebo rounds out the top 3. Rick van der Start, Imke Arts, Kian de Brandt and Semknofias ran at the top 7. Christoph Adams still holding on and has done so every single lap of this race. He is in the lead of the Masters classification, but through Chemin de Fer for the final time. Driver from SP Motorsport, Nicolas Guillaume, in 444, has done everything right. Not put a foot wrong all day long, and it's paid off handsomely. There's going to be celebration for SP Motorsport, but more importantly, it's the clean sweep this weekend. Pole position, heat win, pre-final and final for Nicolas Guillaume, who wins in dominant fashion. Axel Hoos rounds out second, Jordi Klebo in third, fourth by a whisker at the flag. Rick van der Start ahead of Imke Arts with Kian de Brandt. Semknofias, 14 places, gained to finish 7th, ahead of Christoph Adams, the DD2 Masters class winner. Jesse Spans and Bas van Vlummeren round out the top 10. Wim Hulot takes 3rd in Masters, and more importantly also 11th overall on the road. Dominic Owens takes 12th ahead of Lisan Kielstra. Niels Böhler rounds out 14th. Marit Fassot takes 18th place, 1 lap down off of the leaders, and it should be Ronan Lessor, Tom van Weert and Douglas Knoll that will... It's Tom van Weert, Douglas Knoll, and Ronan Lessor is going to be a lap down as well. Karl Klebo out on lap 5, Luca Neuenhausen and Christoph Lessor out on the opening lap. So next up, it's the final for KZ2. Here is your starting grid. On the front row will be Gil Mertens, ahead of Thomas Cyprus. And it's Renzo Alibax and Lucas Thompson on row 2. Bud Plug and Enzo Boll, row 3. Jens Streuer and Quinn Winkel on row 4. Kevin Stehauer and Tim Verelst on row 5. Row 6, it's Fahin Mega and Daniel Tenbach. Row 7, it's Dan Zopfi and Rick Mewers, with Hendrik Jan Troyens, Dirk van Siftout, Bo de Winter, Jeffrey Fixer, Dion van Verven, Jimmy Devine and Erwin Kohler rounding out the 21-strong KZ2 grid for this final. Set to be an absolute ripper, this one. Well, the pre-final was topsy-turvy at its very best, and Gil Mertens chanced it on slick tyres when a lot of other drivers decided to go on wets, and then found that as the track evolved, it got to a point where wet tyres didn't really cut it that much anymore. But everyone is on the same playing field. Everyone are on slick tyres, dry conditions around the circuit, and after this we still have 2 more finals to go. So, our 21 gladiators now start to line up on the start-finish straight. The cacophony of roaring engines getting ready to burst into life. Revs rise, lights are out. Here we go, it's the final, and a few drivers a little bit further back did not get the start they wanted as they fire their way through turn 2 for the first time. Side by side, a little bit further back, just outside of the top 15, to the bottom of the top 15. One driver getting, that's Dion van Verven, getting a bit sideways through turn number 2. Into turn 5 for the first time, as the counter is ticking down. And so Alibax looks to have moved up. Oh, bit feverishly desperate there. Through at turn 6, chemin de fer by Dion van Verven. That was a robust move. I think it was on possibly Dirk van Siftout. As late lunge there by Thomas Cypers. I think just caught the tail end of Renzo Alibax coming out of the final right-hander, and now the fight for second is on. Cypers has lost out third to Thompson, who's looking up the inside through into turn one on P2, and now the floodgates are opening. This is allowing Gil Mertens to get away. It's also giving an opportunity for Quinn Winkel to maybe have sight of a podium at this early stage in the race. Cypers through for second at turn 4. Thompson now down to 5th place. And it's just about chancing your moments, seeing when that gap is opened wide enough for you to make that overtake happen. And at this early stage, a minute and a half in, Gil Mertens has bolted. Now Cypers is going to try and chase him down over the next 10 1/4 minutes. And through on the inside, that was Jens Troyer, through on Thomas Cypers through the final right-hander. And Quinn Winkel is in 7th. So Winkel moving up. He's got Kevin Steyer just behind him. Well, actually a place back, because it looks like Jimmy Devine's got his elbows out and they're sharpened. Oh, moment there for Thompson. Got passed by Winkel, and Thompson got compromised a little bit there, and then all of a sudden Jimmy Devine was nearly over the back bumper of the 2-1-6 from Goldschmidt. One driver now, having a moment at turn 3, has got him going again. And Lucas Thompson trying to get through on Quinn Winkel, the defending Chrono Karting KZ2 champion from last year. And now they're going to be going up the gearbox, up to 6th at full velocity. Over the crest, down into the right-hand sweeper here at turn 1. As Lucas Thompson drops to 7th. So the field makes its way through turn number 3. It was Hendrik Jan Troyens that unfortunately went off at turn 3 a little bit earlier on, and is way back out of nowhere. Oh, dearie me, up the inside of Tim Verhelst. Might have been possibly, I'm not too sure who that was. It might have been Jeffrey Fixer possibly. Well, it was, Dion van Verven's actually in front of them. So Jeffrey Fixer behind Tim Verhelst. There are the 2 of Kevin Steyer in the 211. That's Lucas Thompson. Enzo Boll gets through on Jimmy Devine, through into turn 1. So Troyer better watch his 6, because Quinn Winkel is coming along for the ride and hunting him down right now as we speak. Still, there is no give. There's no let up. It's mainly about just sticking to your guns and just getting through on the opposition. Chasing someone down is one thing. Passing them is something completely different. As Mertens has been... Oh, well, hang on, hold the phone. Thomas Cypers is now on a charge. 52.739 was his last lap, and that's the fastest one of the race. Lucas Thompson now loses out to Enzo Boll in the 2:55. So the other SP Motorsport driver is making headway at the moment. Got 5 minutes of this race completed, 7 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And looking at the top 5, rounded out by Quinn Winkel, they are covered by 2.9 seconds. Expect those gaps to drop as the pace increases. So, personal best by everybody in the top 6. Lucas Thompson, the last one not to do so on the previous tour. We go on to lap number 7. And Cypers is closing in on Mertens. Gap now 2/10. They come out of turn number 2, down the gearbox, into 3. Now accelerate, up the gears. Then downshift into turn number 4, and Cypers throws it up the inside to take the race lead at turn 4 on lap 7. just was waiting, just calculated his moment and read the situation. Quinn Winkel is closing in on the CRG pairing of Renzo Alibax and Jens Troyer. There is an opportunity for Winkel to be on the podium. There's still time. There's still an opportunity. Winkel sees over his right shoulder how far Kevin Steyr is behind, and that gap is now 1.4 seconds. And Winkel's just gone purple and has set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 6, 52.651 by the 201. Also, outside of karting, he runs his own car detailing business. And now he's with the 2 CRGs. Oh, right. There's going to be some fireworks around 3rd, 4th and 5th right about now, because Winkel has got the bit between the teeth, the fire lit in the belly, and he's going hunting, folks. So, another lap completed. Winkel goes for the move. And is that 4th? It is. Winkel now, having had this, you know, the first 2 rounds of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship for the defending champion have been nothing but rocky. This is a weekend where he needed something in terms of motivation, and with the pace now with him in terms of race trim, not necessarily qualifying, but race trim is even more important, and Winkel has just been doing exactly what he needs to do. So that's up 4 places to P4 for Quinn Winkel. He is not that far away, about 4 kart lengths behind for 3rd place. Renzo Alibax is the next one. It could be at risk. And another new fastest lap by Winkel, 52.571. New fastest lap. Oh, Dion van Verven up 11 places from 19th to 8th. 52.396. So, with 3 3/4 minutes, the unpredictability of karting does showcase what can happen. Enzo Boll now gets through on Kevin Steyr. That is for 6th place. There is a yellow flag out on circuit. Oh! Dion van Verven went side by side with Kevin Steyr, and the latter ended up going off the circuit through one of the fastest corners. Kevin Steyr might need to check his race suit after this, just in case, because that was a big old moment. Yellow flags coming out of, all right, so, Bud Plug, hang on a second, I think we might have Lucas Thompson and Jimmy Devine might be out, and now that's the move. That's the move that Quinn Winkel has been building up to, and he's got himself into 3rd. Now, the gap between 1st to 3rd after 10 laps, 1.6 seconds. Quinn Winkel, over the last 3 laps alone, has been on average 1/4 of a second quicker. When you add that gap, at least 2.5 tenths of a second quicker over the last 2 laps. 1 lap previously, he was about 1/2 tenth quicker. But now there is the opportunity. I did say about the podium, don't count out a race win here, folks, because Winkel is on the move. Mertens now trying to go back at Thomas Seipers. And this is a battle I've been waiting to see all season, as Troyer gets through on Alibax. And now the leaders are squabbling. Winkel's in the pound seats. He's got the ringside seat. Just under 2 minutes to go. And now through the inside. Oh, Winkel and Seipers come together. I cannot believe it. Seipers went through. Seipers effectively, I think, might have just opened the door for Mertens, and Winkel unfortunately went over him. Oh, dearie me, that is not what you wanted to see happen. I was hoping that a little bit of lady luck. Oh, Quinn Winkel, no surprise. That chassis is done. He's pulled it in to the pit lane. Quinn Winkel was on for a possible victory. And now look at this. it could be a top 3 lockout on the podium for CRG. But there is somebody else from SP Motorsports that also wants to gun for some silverware. And that person is Enzo Boll. He's in 4th, right behind Renzo Alibax as they come out of turn number 4. Through into the right-hand sweeper here at 5. Into Chemin de Fer. And Boll he's like the young wolf in the wolf pack. He's hungry and he wants to make sure that he gets fed properly. And at this point, anything is possible. Enzo Boll, who recently made a return to Rotax this year, earlier on as a senior. I think it was B&L, either kickoff or round 1, can't really remember. But Enzo Boll now in the slipstream, pulls out to the right-hand side, and that is 3rd place. 2 laps to go, including this one. So we're on to lap number 14. And the timer very shortly is going to count down to 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. That is it. So we're going to hit 15 laps by the checkered. And now Renzo Alibax trying to fight back for that final step on the rostrum for KZ2. Dion van Verven has been literally a bit of a surgical knife in this final. But it's going to be one more lap to go. Gil Mertens leads the way. Jens Treuer 2nd. Enzo Boll 3rd. Renzo Alibax and Dion van Verven round out the top 5. But change for the lead. Jens Treuer gets through on Gil Mertens at turn 1. Defends through 2 and 3. Into 4 for the final time. Now the run through as they bang up the gearbox through into 5. On the run down to Chemin de Fer. And then it's going to be an absolute launch and a half through out of Escargot. Who's going to get the better traction down on the rear axle? We are about to find out. Look at how close the top 5 are. Because it's going to be one more corner than the run to the line. And it's a defence from Mertens, who runs a little bit deep. He might be able to fend off Enzo Boll. But Jens Treuer wins in KZ2 here at Mariembourg by just over 2.5 tenths of a second. Gil Mertens was on pole, but it wasn't enough. He ends up 2nd ahead of Enzo Boll. Dion van Verven gains 15 places to finish 4th, and also with that bags the fastest lap of the race with a 52.396. Renzo Alibax 5th ahead of Kevin Stehauer. Jeffrey Fixer up 11 places to finish 7th. Fahin Mega started 11th and finished 8th ahead of Dirk van Sifthout. Daniel Tenbach running out the top 10. Dan Zopfi, Tim Verelst, Rick Mewes, Bo de Winter and Erwin Kohler with Hendrik Jan Troyens rounding out the top 16. Well, after that contact on lap number 11, Thomas Cypers and Quinn Finkel out of the race. Lucas Thompson and Jimmy Devine out on lap 8, and Bob Plug retiring on lap 4. But Jens Treuer taking the win in KZ2 in the final. So we now head to the penultimate final of this race meeting, and it's KZ2 Masters. Here's the starting grid. Nick Bertram will start on pole position, and alongside will be Kevin Delcroix. Jeroen Bos and Glenn Vandenhoek will be on row 2. Edgar Oosting and Niels Koster round out row 3, with William van der Kaai and Nicky Bergen rounding out row number 4. Gert Brink and Mark Verhoeven round out row 5, completing the top 10. Thierry Del Rey starts 11th, due to have Bas Steen alongside, but Bas Steen will be starting from the dummy grid. I'm not 100% sure on that one. There is a little bit of activity down in the pre-grid. Martin Versteeg, Wesley de Waal, Henk de Jong and René Cleven round out the starting order on this grid. Mick Bertram and Kevin Delcroix line up on the front row. Now the rest of the field starts to occupy their grid positions. Once again, the roar of engines being revved, the cacophony of noise ready to be unleashed very shortly. Flag Marshal moves away from the front of the field. The 4 red lights, they ignite, they're on, they're out, we're underway. Great start by Bertram from the pole position and gets a nice little launch. Everyone else behind did slightly stutter a little bit, including Kevin Delcroix, who loses out second position to Jeroen Bos, who was absolutely on another level in the heat earlier on today. And now with the conditions favouring the 198 from SP Motorsport, there could be something special that we might bear witness to over the next 11.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Everyone makes it through Escargot for the first time, as we are quickly coming to complete lap number 1. Bertram leads, Bos in second, Delcroix third. Glenn Vandenhoek rounds out the top 4. Mark Verhoeven, in the meantime, has moved up 4 places on the opening lap and now runs in 6th position. Not too far behind Edgar Oosting in the 102, who rounds out 5th on the Sodi kart. William van der Gaai also currently running in P7. That's where he qualified. Dropped down initially over the first lap, but has managed to get his position back. And Jeroen Bos is swarming all over the back bumper of Mick Bertram for the race lead at this early stage. Through into the final part of Escargot they go. And into the right-hander. Now the double right to negotiate. And look at the launch out of Escargot that Jeroen Bos has got through the final right-hander. He's taken the race lead. So 2 different laps completed. 2 different race leaders. Mick Bertram on lap 1. Now Jeroen Bos on lap 2. And now the top 4, rounded out by Kevin Delcroix and Glenn van den Hoek, were covered by just under 0.6 of a second. Delcroix is defending. Oosting, 1.1 seconds off of the race leader. And now Jeroen Bos is starting to pull a gap. And it was 0.16 after 2 laps. That looks nigh on half a second, maybe slightly more. So Jeroen Bos doing a fantastic job at the front end of the field, just literally starting to put in qualifying style laps. Glenn van den Hoek put in the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.861, but with clear air, you know that Jeroen Bos is going to start pushing and pull that gap as much as possible. It's 1 second and a new fastest lap in the process, 53.9. Mick Bertram, a high 54.7. Well, Bertram had his opportunity to get one up on Jeroen Bos early doors, led the first lap, lost it at the final corner on lap 2, and now is hemorrhaging time to the 198. Jeroen Bos is now going, right, let's pull a gap. Let's see how big that gap will be after probably 15 laps. So I'm not going to guess. I'm going to keep an eye on the cumulative, because that gap, one second, was very much the case. So Jeroen Bos will come across the line. Lap 4 in the books. Gap now nearly 2 seconds. Mick Bertram's going to have to hold on for dear life, because he's got 3 hungry drivers behind him wanting to get that second spot on the rostrum a little bit later on. And we've just seen, well, there is the 1-2-6. Neki Burhemi making up a move on William van der Gaai, I believe. So, or it could have been Niels Koster in the 122. So, or it might actually, yes, 104. William van der Gaai sporting a good old retro Team Netherlands race suit from the Grand Finals. He has represented the Netherlands, I think, in DD2 Masters, if I'm very much mistaken. 7.5 minutes to go. This gap, oh my goodness me, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, that is ridiculous. 2.8 seconds, another new fastest lap. I did say Jeroen Bos is going to go out there to prove a point. Oh, bit of a late lunge there by the 10. Well, I think it was the 162. Mark Verhoeven trying to get through on Neki Burhen for position. Mick Bertram has got his own train. Forget Jarno Trulli. It's the Bertram train, everybody. And he's got Delcroix, van den Hoek, and now Oosting has joined the back of it. So, another lap in the books. Bos has crossed the line. Wait for it. Gap now, 3.6 seconds. Well, we are on lap 7 now, and we are close to half-time. We've got the top 36 senior final after this one, as Oosting is right with Delcroix, who's lost out to van den Hoek in the number 141, who's now moved up to P3. And, well, Burhen is not that far behind. There we go, 5 karts on the train. How many shall we add? Maybe Thierry Del Rey won't be too far behind. And he's got past William van der Gaai for position. But Hen has decided to fire up the inside of Oosting through the final corner. Got the job done there. But Mick Bertram doing a stellar job defending second position all the way through the race so far, after losing the lead on lap 2 at the final corner, courtesy of Jeroen Bos, who's got a 4.3 second advantage. Bertram's done a personal best this lap, last lap. Van den Hoek, Burhen, Del Rey have all done personal bests. Gert Brink down in 12th has also done so. So is René Cleven and Bastien. All the drivers still circulating, including the 150 of Henk de Jong, the man behind the Karting Champions League, which is new for 2024. Just under the 5-minute mark remaining. And this train is getting longer because Del Rey is there. Del Rey is there. Oh my goodness me, that is 1.1 seconds covering second to 7th. Oh, well, all I'm going to do is just say a little prayer and hope for the best. Because when you get 6 karts that are within 1.1 seconds of each other, just brace yourself. That's all I can say. And there they are. They're just coming through Pif Paf and into Escargot as we speak. Jeroen Bos, new fastest lap, 53.418. Now Mick Bertram has got a lot more company. Thierry Del Rey has got through on Edgar Oosting as well. Mark Verhoeven, Wesley de Waal, and William van der Kaaij ran out the top 10. Top 10 last time round were covered. Right, here goes the move. Finally, someone's broken the deadlock, and Glenn van den Hoek has got through on Mick Bertram. And there goes Nicky Burhen through, and is that going to be second? Oh, there's nearly a clash. Around the outside goes Van den Hoek. Oh, no, not Van den Hoek. Who was that? No, that was Mick Bertram. Bertram just went, right, okay, I'm loving this. Maybe round the outside will do. And he just went, yep, there we go, job done. And that has allowed Thierry Del Rey to get through for 4th. Brilliant stuff. Well, the pendulum swings one way, then it swings the other way. And for some, it's been fortune favours the brave, or and then there's the fortune does not favour these individuals. That's kind of what happens. But at the end of the day, it's always about making the opportunities. Now it's Thierry Del Rey up the inside on Mick Bertram through turn 1. That's P3. And Burkini not done yet. Delacroix is coming into this. Oosting is in this, along with Niels Koster. So now, it's Wesley de Waal. My apologies there. Wesley's moved up 6 places, start from 14th on the grid, and now could possibly end up on the top 5, I think, maybe even. With what we have now, 7 karts. Now I'm going to keep an eye on what's happening. Jeroen Bos crosses line. That's lap 11 completed. So Van den Hoek, Del Rey, Burken, Bertram, Delacroix, Oosting, de Waal, Koster. Right, from Van den Hoek to de Waal, that is 1.85 seconds. And now the battle lines are being drawn. Wesley de Waal was sideways after a little bit of contact with Edgar Oosting coming through turn number 3. So there is still plenty of this race to be decided. However, there has been a change for second. Well, actually, no, it's not second, it's third. Burhen has got through on Del Rey. Now, Del Rey has the opportunity to use the slingshot manoeuvre here. Let's see if he well, he wasn't close enough. If he was within about half a kart length, I think Thierry would have chanced it and gone up the inside. However, there is a move being attempted, and that is Wesley de Waal through on Edgar Oosting through turn 2 by literally next to nothing. So next time around, we'll be on our penultimate lap. So Jeroen Bos has got a lead of 7.4 seconds at the minute. Wait for it. Glenn van den Hoek, where are you? There he is, across the line. 7.8. I think the lead is going to be close to 9 seconds by the end of this race. Maybe even 8.5. So it'll be somewhere between 8.5 and 9 seconds, I think it might be. It might be close or might be slightly off. But with the pace he's been setting, he's been 0.4 of a second quicker than Van den Hoek at the moment. Timer has expired. After this, 1 lap to go, and Jeroen Bos has quite literally bossed it, 100%. Got the lead and went, right, that's it. See you all later. I'll get, I'll be there to the party first. Might be a bit early, but I'll be there first. So, final lap underway. Jeroen Bos' lead. We're going to find out now. Van den Hoek comes across the line, 8.25, and there is Berhen trying to go up the inside, wheel to wheel with a pair for the briefest of moments, and the CRG now goes through the 126, now up into second position, heading on to the final lap. But Van den Hoek is not going to give up. Del Rey is a little bit too far back, but Nicky Berhen is going to try and keep that kart as wide as humanly possible. And they're going through escargot for the final time. Jeroen Bos, however, is going to be crossing the line imminently. Will be out of the final corner probably as we speak. And Jeroen Bos wins the final for KZ2 Masters here at Mariembourg. And who's going to be second across the line? It's going to be Berhen in the number 126. Van den Hoek takes P3. Del Rey fourth. Duval rounds out the top 5, having made up 9 places from 14th on the grid. Delcroix in 6th. Oosting, Bertram, Koster and Verhoeven round out the top 10. William van der Kay 11th. Gert Brink, Bastien, René Kleven, and we're just waiting for Martin Versteeg and Henk de Jong to cross the line. But Jeroen Bos, I wasn't that far off, was I? 8.97 seconds, the winning margin. And what's more, the last few laps, Jeroen Bos just unbeatable, dominant. Not enough superlatives to describe what that man has done today, especially in that performance there. There are your results. Next up, we've got the last race out of 20 coming up very shortly. It's the top 36 final in senior Rotax. So, comes down to this moment. This is your grid for the senior Rotax top 36 final. So the 2 drivers that have won heats today, and also the 2 fastest drivers in their respective qualifying groups, are on the front row, Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens. Devian Rost and Fast Freddie Ingram round out row number 2 with Lawrence Herboz and Ruben Verheyen. Rounding out row 3. Row 4, Jort van Wijk and Boluet. Sebastian Koch, joined by Tommy van der Sloys on row number 5, completing the top 10. Mika van der Pavert, Julian Glosman, Felipe Falk, Neil Hendricks and Armand Hamilton. They complete your top 15. Top 20 completed by Oliver Jonkers, Flynn Fidders, Dick Noren, Mitch Haynert and Kaz Boshouse. Rounding out the capacity 36 strong grid are as follows. Sverre Ubben, Bram Plomp, Puck Gubbles, Wood Kirstens, Sim van Vliet, Ralph van der Pavert, Benjamin van Hees, Martin Geiskens, Scott Westhovens and Jori Schoens. And the 6 drivers qualifying through the second chance. Robbie Stordeur, Wesley Egghardt, Enzo Dickenberg, Kaz Tobin, Kevin Navis, and last but by certainly no means least, Colombia's Martin Herrera. And hello, Lisa. I know you're watching your boy out there on track. BCM watching from California. What a great racetrack. Go Rotax. Thank you very much to I think it's one of the nicest states in the United States. So we'll have to definitely go over there and visit. So 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Who's it going to be? Pick a driver and place your bets. I'm not a betting man. Sportsman's bet, fine. For that definition, a sportsman's bet is where you say what you think. But revs rise, lights are out, the final is underway as all 36 drivers try and negotiate their way through the first couple of corners. We've made it through turn 1. Now into turn 2. It's getting a bit close in the mid-pack, but everyone trying to make their way through into turn 3. A few going round the outside, and everyone's made it through so far. Turn 4. That's another one to check off the list so far. Into turn 6 at Chemin de Fer. Devian Ross running at the top 3. Freddie Ingram right on his rear bumper. And again, a longer race means strategy. Don't go all guns blazing, because it might not just cost you, but somebody else. But Jaden Teen starting to open up an early lead. He leads after the opening lap. And it's not by much, 3/10. As Freddie Ingram trying to get through on Devian Ross, but this is allowing Lawrence Herboz, and Freddie Ingram goes for the move through turn number 2. Will he make it stick? Oh, they have a little bit of a tussle, a little bit of a tangle. And Ingram still keeps it pimmering around the outside at turn 3. And that might have meant that Freddie Ingram's lost a few places. Yes, he has. He's dropped down out of what was 4th, and I think might be 7th. And that is the case. I've just seen that on the screen. But he was trying to go through for the 3rd place on Devian Ross through turn 2. It was an audacious, it was brave, it was bold, and it didn't quite work for Freddie. However, he's still got time. There's still just over 10 minutes, plus that additional lap that can make it count. And now, what he's seeing, what Freddie is now seeing, well, he's just been passed. Well, he's got Bolowet in front of him. So he's got to keep an eye on what's happening in front, but also what's happening behind. Because I think the 386, Mika van der Pavert went through. Oh, we've got a yellow and we've got an incident. That's Martin Herrera and Enzo van den Dickenberg through turn 1. Oh, that's the thing. Close proximity, rubbing side pods with sidewalls. It doesn't always pan out, or if you're within proximity of another driver, you've got to be very, very careful. Your spatial awareness is quite literally bombarded by the senses, as we've had someone go wide and deep into turn number, into the final corner. One of those drivers might have been, well, Sebastian Koch drops outside of the top 10. Jaden Teen still leads after the opening 3 laps by 5.5 tenths of a second. Vic Stevens, P2. Then it's a further 1.9 seconds back to Devian Ross in third. 2 by 2, just outside of the top 10 through turn 5 at the sweeper. Oh, someone's got their bravery pills well and truly ingested today. But Devian Ross trying to hold on to that third position. He's got Jort van Wijk, Boluet, Lawrence Herboz, Freddie Ingram, Mika van der Pavert, Julian Klausman and Tommy van der Soys amongst other people just behind. And that's what completes the top 10 as Jort van Wijk went for the move on the run down the start. Finish straight didn't quite work out for the 333. And now they're fighting again, going through into turn 2. And Mika van der Pavert has got through on Freddie Ingram. Oh, Freddie Ingram's lost another position. That was to Julian Klausman. Oh, and we've had 2 go off straight on at turn 4. Oh, dearie me. And we've had a big roll out of turn 4. Driver thrown from the cart, but is up and up on the feet. Oh. It's the desperation sign again. And then there's one incident and it causes a carambolage. And oh, we've had it happen again. Another tussle. Through into escargot, 3 incidents within a matter of 30 seconds. And this is just, I don't know what to say. Jort van Wijk and Ruben Verheyen are dropping down. It just goes to show that, yes, you want to make that move. We've got a yellow flag at turn 4, no surprise. I'm waiting to see if any other decision gets made because we've had 3 incidents, one of which quite minor, but then we've had a rollover and a driver flung from a cart. But the good thing for me, which made me breathe a sigh of relief, let alone trying to take intake breath to continue talking about this race, and then we had the run into escargot through Piff Paff, and then another 2 drivers came together. So, still a localised yellow around turn 4. But Boluet has lost out to Devian Rost. Tommy van der Stroys has dropped out of the top 10. So has Freddie Ingram, 13th and 11th, respectively. But Jaden Teen still holds on to that race lead. No overtaking into turn 4. Big thank you to the Marshall crew here. Ruben Verheyen and Kevin Navis out of the race, I'm afraid, as more diving happening up the inside through at turn 6 at Chemin de Fer. That was happening behind Mika van der Pavert. Julian Klausman got through, and that would have been on the 398 of Lawrence Herboz. He's got Armand Hamilton not too far behind. Ollie Jonkers and Krik Knoren ran out the top 10. 5.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. We are getting ever closer to completing this race weekend. But Jaden Teen has done everything right, very much like Nicolas Guillaume in DD2. Pole position, 2 heat wins. And now leading the final by 7 tenths. Leaders just coming out of Chemin de Fer. There's Devian Ross, there's Boluet, Mika van der Pavert, Julian Klausman, Lawrence Herboz, Armand Hamilton, Ollie Jonkers and Krik Knoren. Sverre Ubben is now through on Freddie Ingram for 11th. And the dark clouds seem to be trying to force their way back over the circuit. The wind has dropped considerably considerably in the fact it's been reduced by a third. We were at 33 kilometres an hour, northern winds this morning. Now it's northeast and it's 19 kph. So not only have the drivers had to deal with the weather, they've also had to deal with the buffeting from the wind that's been provided by nature. Right, change for position. Oh, and Mika van der Pavert loses 2 positions out of turn number 3. Klausman through, Herboz through, which means van der Pavert drops to 7th. So Kevin Navis, Martin Herrera and Ruben Verheyen out. Jort van Wijk has dropped to 26th position, still circulating, and was running up at the sharp end of the field. Robbie Stordeur has dropped down the order as well. 3 3/4 minutes plus 1 additional lap of this 1,388 metre circuit to be completed. Jaden Teen just casually, calmly putting in a new fastest lap, expanding his lead to just over 9/10 of a second ahead of Vic Stevens. Devian Ross looking to be maybe the first driver to officially get a top 3 podium for Kart Store Benelux, and I'm sure the team, in some ways, well, run by Patrick Dirks, will be over the moon when Devian crosses the line. But he's also got to worry about the fact that Boluet is not that far behind him. More to the point, 6/10. This is Boluet's first year as a senior driver. Jumped in as a junior 4 years ago during COVID-19, or before COVID-19, and has done Dams Racing and Team Belgium very, very proud. Now, he's showcasing that speed here in juniors. Some drivers move from juniors to seniors, don't acclimatise. There are others that just seem to be able to pick it up like that. And that's something good to see. That shows a great opportunity for some young drivers to showcase that they are here, not just to make up the numbers. They are here to compete with the very, very best. Jort van Wijk has called time on the race. Down to 31 drivers, rounded out by Enzo Dickenberg in the number 352 Sodi kart. And now Devian Rust pulling away from Boluet. The darker cloud cover starting to come in over at the far part of the circuit at the double right-hander. And now a move happening. That is Armand Hamilton for 7th on Mika van der Pavet with 1 minute and 35 on the clock still to go. Sverre Ubben now rounds out the top 10, started 22nd. Well, wonders never cease in the world of karting. Not too far behind them is Ollie Yonkers, the number 316. Another one that, like Armand Hamilton, like Mika van der Pavet, like Ollie Yonkers, like Poluet, they've all moved up. They've all jumped from junior to senior. Seen it in extraordinary cases, Enzo Boll and Tom Bracken, deciding to completely bypass seniors and go into DD2. But we have 37 seconds on the timer remaining in this final, and there is one person that we haven't really focused on until right now, and that is the race leader. Not putting a foot wrong all day, and has been one of the tour de forces in European senior Rotax competition. And not just that, also in previous years internationally. That is Jaden Teen, who's just coming through out of the first of the double right-hander section at the circuit. Now, this is going to be close. 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap of the weekend underway. And Jaden Teen has a lead of just over a second over Vic Stevens. Devian Rost is a further 4.1 seconds back, but has Boluet about 6/10 behind. Freddie Ingram just comes through shot, running 12th. Tommy van der Soys drops behind Mitch Haynert from the TB Kart Netherlands outfit. But let's concentrate on this particular individual. The man of the moment. Again, another standout, shining display of how accredited, how composed, how dominant this man can be. Looks over the right shoulder before going into the final corner. It's been pole position, 2 heat wins, and now, with comfortable ease, Jaden Teen wins again! And he wins after 14 laps by just over a second, ahead of Vic Stevens. Devian Rost takes Kart Store Benelux's first ever overall podium in the top 3. A further 4.2 seconds behind. Paulouet, close but not close enough, was 4th. Julian Kloosman in 5th, ahead of Lawrence Herboz, Mika van der Pavet, Ollie Jonkers, Armand Hamilton, and rounding out the top 10, Sverre Ubben. Krik Knorden, Freddie Ingram, Mitch Hainert, Sebastian Koch, and Tommy van der Stroys round out the top 15, ahead of Kaz Boshaus, Felipe Falk, Bram Plomp, Jori Schoens. Ralph van der Pavet rounds out the top 20 ahead of Benjamin Van Hees, Wout Kirstens, Flynn Fitters, Kaz Tobben, Miel Hendricks, Martin Gaesken, Scott Westhovens, Siem Van Vliet, Puck Gubbles, Wesley Eckhart, and our last classified finisher of those that finished 14 laps, Enzo van den Dickenberg. Unfortunately, lap 8, we lost Jort van Wijk, Robbie Storder, lap 7, Ruben Verheyen, lap 4, Kevin Navis, lap 4, and on lap 2, we lost Colombia's Martin Herrera. Well, as they say, that is that. 20 races in the books for this second round of the Rotax at the RMC Belgian Max Challenge. So, a little bit of an update for you folks at home. Right, where can you find out what's going to be happening with regards to the Belgian Max Challenge and chrono karting for their next adventures? Well, for the Belgian Max Challenge, you're going to have to wait until the 10th and 11th of August as they will join Rotax Max Challenge Germany round 4 at Kartbahn Kerpen on the 10th and 11th of August. However, for you chrono karting Dutch Championship fans, you don't have long to wait. The 19th of May at the Circuit de Lansaert in Eindhoven in the Netherlands will be round number 4. I have to say a few thank yous. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes. We have to say a big thank you to Thierry Lepine and the whole team here at Karting Defagne International Raceway at Mariembourg in Belgium. A big thank you to the marshalling crew, to timekeeping, race control, stewarding panel, race direction, administration, the cafeteria, everyone behind the scenes. A big thank you to you all. A big thank you to everyone watching on the official live stream. Also, a big thank you to the drivers, the teams, the families, the mechanics, the parents, members of the associated media, and every single karting fan out there. Well, on behalf of everybody, big thank you to you all for watching at home. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Well, race hard, race fair, and if in doubt, flat out. We'll see you very soon on a live stream near you right here on YouTube. Good night and enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. Goodbye.